But with that, we have some commitments to the global society for 2035. And that is why this mine closure is not only technical thing, but also is an important thing of governance. So we are asking this question: how is India leading to this world? We have done this study last year and published last month. To our knowledge, this is the first quantitative evidence on Indian mine closure. So first is the methodology. The primary data comes from officials of coal controllers organizations records on 42 certified mines. We triangulated that against annual report, government publications, institutional documents, and scientific literature. So the findings. The findings we'll talk about how answering how is six important pillars. One is regulation, next is certifications, third is accountability, fourth is community, fifth is repurposing, and sixth is evidence. So let's start. No nationwide policy works without regulation, and regulation does not arrive overnight. We have seen that from 2009, there are multiple versions of mine closure guideline, but 2025 is a landmark year because we see this new mine closure guideline is including a lot of important things which is not present worldwide. For example, the ESCO fund for the community development. But the question we'd like to ask that regulatory system is maturing over a period of time, but law on paper is not closure on ground. So how do we verify? For that, we have our next findings is independent certifications, and through independent certifications at scale, 42 mines certified by coal controller organizations, and these organizations are independent like NEER, like IAST Shibpur and CMPDIL. And if you see the third quarter, the growth is very exponential. Certifications tells us mine was closed properly, but who owns what happened next? And I am going to talk about a very important thing. This is where India does something I have not seen anywhere else. 147 mines are identified for closure by 2028. Every single one of them has been formally adopted by a named senior officials, not a department, a person. And 30 of those 147, 1 in 5, have been adopted directly by the officials of the Ministry of Coal itself. I do not think anywhere in the world government officials are directly connected and dedicated to take ownership of individual mines. So, this was the background of regulation, certifications, and accountability. But coal controllers organizations build an architecture with reclaims lives and Artha. Together, these instruments move mine closure from a regulatory obligation to a shared community owned transitions. Let's start with reclaim. Reclaim asks the first question: what do people want? So, people first. And this is very, very important when we are talking about scientifically closure of mine. We see 52 coal mines covered, 353 villages engaged, and 1.8 lakh persons reached. But not only that, there is a capacity building by the coal controllers organizations and 200 trainers uh, coming from CIL, SCCL, and LNCIL. So the capacity stays inside the companies. But moreover, we have seen a lot of consultations, and these consultations are very structured, including 82 registered NGOs and 37 companies. Moreover, there are community engagements, and the community engagements are through self help groups and focus group discussions. So, pillar four is how India listens. But next, I am going to talk about pillar five, how India answers. So, to answer this, we'll first start with lives. Live answers what is possible. 5 components from land to technical reclamations through various 35 documented repurposing options. Then we have webinars. And through these webinars, uh, 11 webinars so far have carried that knowledge and digital tools behind this across the whole ecosystem. The next important part is PRISM. Once the option is shortlisted, PRISM answer how it get executed. And that is very, very important. But when we know the options, we know how to be executed, but where money will come. And that's a very important question. Which option fits this particular mine and who pays? The first question is answered by Suvikalp, an important digital tool of advanced algorithm where it is customized based on each and every mine. And Artha answered the second, the 5-state green financial model. Arthur's first step is called align, and what is aligned with is reclaim. So the loop closes people, then options, then money, and back to the people. Now, the final pillar is the evidence, which brings us to the questions whether any of these can be examined from outside. We benchmarked India against 6 countries on 8 indicators. India is comprehensive on 7 of them. And on 2, India stands alone, a digital repurposing tool and national community closure framework. India is not catching up with the world. On these dimensions, the world will be catching up with India. So finally, my last word, 6 links in one chain. Our evidence shows. Regulations gives us the law, certification verified it, adoption give us mine and owner. Reclaim is how India listens, lives, Shubikal, Artha, Prism are how India answers. And the evidence lets the world examine it. And I think tonight to this evening there will be the next phase with multiple collaborations with different organizations and the documentations of AAROH. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Pradeep, for sharing with us how India is leading a science-driven and a people-centric approach to mine closure, especially as we commit ourselves to our people and to the planet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to an important discussion with the industry leaders on the topic of beyond mine closure, creating opportunities for tomorrow. And as we have been talking about that, the mine closure, and especially scientific mine closure, is not merely about restoring land, it is also about creating new opportunities for our communities, generating sustainable livelihoods, promoting renewable energy, promoting ecological restoration, water resource management, tourism, agriculture, and industrial development. And the success of this transformation actually depends on the leadership and the vision of our mining companies. So in this session, we are going to be in conversation with the leaders from India's public sector as well as the private mining organizations. They share with us their experiences, their expertise, their innovations, their outlook on the sustainable mine closure and mine repurposing. So please join me as I invite the leaders to now take center stage. Mr. B. Sai Ram, the Chairman and Managing Director of Coal India Limited, the world's largest coal producing company. We have Shri K. Venkateswarlu, the Director PNP of Singareni Collieries.
मैं कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी कोयला उत्पादक कंपनी और देश की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा की मजबूत धुरी पिछले 5 दशकों से
Singareni Collieries, they have been long recognized for pioneering responsible mining and community-centric development. Our next eminent speaker, Mr. Suresh Chandra Suman, the Director of Technology, NLC India Limited. They have consistently demonstrated innovation in mining and mine reclamation. And joining us now, Mr. N.K. Gupta, the General Manager Mining at Tata Steel. We have Mr. N.K. Gupta with us. And Tata Steel, as we know, they are one of India's leading natural resource and steel companies. We are going to be in conversation with our four eminent speakers, and they shared with us their innovations in the work which they have been doing, especially in the post-mining activities. So to begin this roundtable, I first request and invite Shri B. Sai Ram, the Chairman cum Managing Director of Coal India Limited, to share his thoughts on the future of scientific mine closure and then the opportunities it presents for tomorrow. I invite you, sir, for your
मैं
talk.
कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी कोयला उत्पादक कंपनी और देश की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा की मजबूत धुरी। पिछले 5 दशकों से मैं करोड़ों घरों को रोशन करते हुए राष्ट्र की प्रगति को निरंतर गति दे रही हूं। मेरी कहानी शुरू होती है कोयले के उस छोटे से टुकड़े से जिसे हम धरती की गहराइयों से निकालते हैं। लेकिन यह सफर केवल कोयला उत्पादन तक सीमित नहीं है। पर्यावरण के प्रति संवेदनशीलता और सस्टेनेबल माइनिंग पद्धतियों के साथ ही हम हर कदम आगे बढ़ते हैं। इस सफर में कोयला खनन के बाद शुरू होती है एक नई और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी, माइन क्लोजर की। हमारा प्रयास रहता है कि खनन स्थल को पुनः उसी प्राकृतिक स्वरूप में विकसित किया जाए जैसा वह हमें प्रकृति से मिला था। पेड़ पौधों, जीव जंतुओं और स्थानीय समुदायों का ध्यान रखते हुए हम वैज्ञानिक तरीके से इस प्रक्रिया को पूरा करते हैं। इस पुनर्स्थापन प्रक्रिया को लैंड रिक्लेमेशन कहा जाता है। रिक्लेमेशन का यह सफर शुरू होता है खनन से बने गड्ढों को ओवरबर्डन सामग्री से भरने और भूमि को समतल करने से, जिसे टेक्निकल रिक्लेमेशन कहा जाता है। इसके बाद आरंभ होती है बायोलॉजिकल रिक्लेमेशन की प्रक्रिया, जिसके तहत स्थानीय एवं मूल प्रजातियों के पौधे लगाए जाते हैं। खदान क्षेत्र के आसपास बने ढांचों को भी आवश्यक और उपयोगिता के अनुसार पुनर्जीवित या पुनर्निर्मित किया जाता है। इन पुनर्जीवित क्षेत्रों में कहीं सोलर प्लांट स्थापित किए जाते हैं तो कहीं सुंदर इको पार्क और पर्यटन स्थल विकसित किए जाते हैं। कई स्थानों पर जलाशयों को फिशरीज सेंटर में परिवर्तित किया जाता है। वहीं पुराने ढांचों को कौशल विकास केंद्रों में बदलकर स्थानीय युवाओं और स्वयं सहायता समूहों के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर सृजित किए जा रहे हैं। इन सभी गतिविधियों की निगरानी जिला सलाहकार समितियों और स्थानीय प्रशासन द्वारा नियमित रूप से की जाती है। अब तक हमने 41 खदानों को सफलतापूर्वक बंद कर भारत सरकार के कोयला मंत्रालय से माइन क्लोजर सर्टिफिकेट प्राप्त किए हैं। इतना ही नहीं, वित्त वर्ष 27-28 तक 91 और खदानों को वैज्ञानिक तरीके से बंद करने के महत्वाकांक्षी लक्ष्य की ओर भी हम तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। जिस धरती ने कभी देश को ऊर्जा दी, आज हमारी छोटी बड़ी कोशिशों से वह एक बार फिर एक हरित, सुरक्षित और सतत भविष्य की ओर बढ़ रही है। कोल इंडिया प्रगति और प्रकृति दोनों के प्रति समर्पित।
Yes. Good evening. Before I begin, I have a very small presentation, not from India but from other country, just to have a glimpse of what is happening around the world, and then we will come back to India, our country. Yeah, this is the country of Poland. There is a place known as Nikizjovic, which is in Upper Silesia. Upper Silesia happened to be one of the busiest mining field once upon a time, around 25-30 years back. These were the colonies of the miners in 1920s, 30s and up to 50s, 70s also. So now it is a classic example how an old mining habitation was transformed into a trendy happening place, and it has been brought under the tourism circuit also, and that's how the economic cycle of the sub-region has been transformed. This many of us know. Silesia city center is there was a mine Gotwal which was closed in 1990, and then it was converted into a mall. So the Silesia city center is what you are seeing in the photograph. It is a real photograph, not AI generated. So it has been converted into a mall. You can see the headgear, the shaft and headgear part also. So they have preserved the glimpses of the minefield as well, so that you will always get a feel that yes, once upon a time it was an underground mine and now it is converted into a mall. Katowice is a very famous place. You see that black building on the right side, and you can see that same building at the center of another photograph. So it has been converted into an international convention center in 2015. So the black facade, it gives a resemblance of the coal mining heritage. And incidentally, to connect the dots, this center had hosted COP24 in 2018. कि हम लोग किस तरह से हम लोग एक इन्वायरमेंटली कंजर्व करते हुए इस सेंटर को हमने कन्वर्ट किया है, उसको प्रदर्शित करने के लिए उन्होंने COP24 यहाँ 2018 में होस्ट भी किया था. So these are some of the glimpses coming to Coal India. See, for I think 2.5 centuries we have been mining coal from Raniganj to Jharia to Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, so many areas, so many fields, and every time India used to ask us, और कितना कोला निकालोगे, how much coal you will be delivering to us. But now as the transition is taking place, the question has fundamentally changed, and now the pertinent question which is being asked is that what will these coal fields produce after the coal is over. So I think that question, the transformed question, is the one which defines the Indian mine closure framework to a lot more extent. See, every mine has got a finite life. It is the saying goes that a mine begins to close the day it is opened. So it will reach to a stage one day where there will be no coal. So the real question is that whether the story will end once the coal is over. From Coal India's perspective, our answer is a big no. So what is our philosophy? Our philosophy is that every mine has got two lives. In the first life, it produces coal, and in the second life, which is yet to happen, in that life, it must produce the opportunities. So we go by that philosophy. Regarding mine closure, we have taken this up on a mission mode. 136 mines, minus 4 mines of SECL, which have been later decided to be reopened. So 136 minus 4 is equal to 132 mines, out of which 41 already closed. 132 minus 41 is equal to 91. Out of 91, 55 are scheduled to be closed this year, and remaining will be closed next year. So by 2027-28, we will be closing all our 132 mines. Closure means scientific closure with just transformation, with repurposing, and with livelihood opportunities, with community development activities, all combined together. So that is our mine closure framework. So how we are achieving this thing? For this, we have got a mine closure department, not a cell. I would call it a department at the company headquarters of each subsidiaries, which is headed by Director Technical Planning and Project. A full-fledged department is operating, and in every area which is attached to a closing mine, there is a mine closure cell with a dedicated nodal officer and with all the complete facilities. So this is the level of intervention which we are contemplating. Our financial preparedness, yes, it is robust. As all of us know, there is an escrow account where we deposit rupees 14 lakh per hectare for open cast mines, rupees 2 lakh per hectare for underground mines. How much is available in our escrow account? It is a whopping rupees 12,500 crore rupees. Out of this amount, 2,500 crore rupees has already been withdrawn by us after successful completion of the progressive mine closure activities. That has been reimbursed to us. Is there a provision for community development, for the community engagement? Yes, the recent mandate gives us a leverage on this aspect. It says that at least 25% of the 5-year closure plan should be earmarked for the community development livelihood plans. 25% is a big amount. So now the community has got, बोलते हैं ना, पांचों उंगलियां घी में हैं. So that level of community comfort is there. You have got the CSR available to them, you have got the DMF available to them, and now you have got a whopping fund of mine closure available to them. So this is the third level. Even many of our communities does not know this thing. So our duty is that we should explain to them, we should circulate our pamphlets between them, we should make them aware that yes, this has also been provided to them. That should be our duty. And then for just transformation activities, the year-ending fund, the life-ending fund of 10% of the final mine closure corpus, it has been dedicated exclusively for the just transformation-related activities. So what does this reflect? It reflects a fundamental shift in how mine closure is happening in India, from a technical reclamation or at the most a biological reclamation to a community-led developmental initiative. So what we are doing is that we are contributing to the nation's prosperity by undertaking this level of mine closure activities. The next question is how the closed mines will look alike. Maybe 3 years, 4 years down the line. You will see solar parks over there, you will see eco parks over there, tourism related mine sites, water reservoirs, pisciculture hubs. In one of our mines in Block B, which is Gorbi mine in Northern Coalfield Limited, what they are doing is that they have undertaken a 10-year initiative of fly ash filling. Huge voids are there, and Singrauli happens to be the power hub of the country. 22 gigawatt of power plants are over there, and they are struggling to find the place for dumping of fly ash. So these two mines, these two pits have come to their rescue, and fly ash filling is presently going on. It will take another 8 to 10 years for the entire fly ash to be filled, right up to the brim. Then agroforestry clusters we are developing, bamboo plantation we are doing, community agriculture we are doing, and even drinking water facilities we are creating. Today there will be inauguration of the coal NEER initiative. All this is an example of how a sustainable mine closure should look alike. Coming to the repurposing, what does this repurposing mean? Mine closure आप एक तरफ छोड़ दें. Repurposing के लिए we have selected 26 mines. Means we will convert into the community-led assets. That is what our aim is. 26 mines have been selected, out of which activities have commenced in 9 mines, and for the remaining 17, 18 mines, the DPR and design preparation is going on. Then community participation, whether in the entire mine closure framework, is there any community participation available? Yes, there is a district level advisory committee headed by the district magistrate, or what we call collector. So that person chairs the meeting, and it is a committee of the communities, the panchayat level, the local body, the local opinion leaders, teachers, retired civil servants, even retired soldiers. In one of the committees, there are 4 teachers available in that committee. So this committee decides what to do and what not to do. So they know the pulse of the community, they know the needs of the community, so they take the decision. So decision is in the hands of the community itself. That's a big thing. It resembles an act which was passed some 15 years back, the Panchayati Raj Act, where all the powers were given to the Panchayat. So our mine closure framework is akin to the Panchayati Raj Committee, Panchayati Raj revolution that has happened. So this mine closure framework is destined to bring revolution in the mining regions, particularly in those regions where the closure is happening. Next, coming to the partnership aspects, we know any activity, any event, or any progress cannot happen in this new world without partnership, without collaboration, and without the cooperation of the different fields. For this, we have partnered with the IIT Kanpur. Swarnkar sir is here. Then there is Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Heartfulness Institution, then AFC India. They design tailor-made livelihood framework for us, models for us, for the local, depending on the local conditions. In Bisrampur area, Kenapara, where we saw the photographs of PC culture, it is the women self-help group who are actually driving the boating facilities and tourism activities over there. And similarly, the PC culture activities are being run through a women-led cooperative society. Sir, our mining closure activity is all about the people. It is not about the restoring the landscape, but it is all about restoring the livelihoods, I would say. So our mine closure activities bring the community at the center. Then to end, what should be our road ahead? I would say that the mine's balance sheet should not end with the end of the coal, but it should be a beginning where the land becomes greener, when the water becomes cleaner, when the landscape becomes greener, and when the community becomes a productive one. So that is the point when we say that yes, our mine closure has really been productive to the society. So in the nutshell, mining closure is not the end of the mining, rather it is the beginning of a new development phase for the local community. With this, let us ensure that mine closure becomes a symbol of the mine development, and not about the exhaustion of mining, but about what India can create for the local community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing with us the vision, the mission, and the approach which Coal India Limited is taking towards transforming and converting the closed mines into more sustainable assets, and as you said, more community-led sustainable assets. Thank you very much, sir. And I now request and invite our next eminent speaker, Shri K. Venkateswaralu, the Director PNP of Singareni Collieries Company Limited.
Thank you, madam, for inviting me. Respected Sairam sir, CL Chairman sir.
Every landscape has
Saman
a
garu,
story.
NLC,
Some stories are
all
written by
seniors and senior MDs. I am representing Singareni sir. I am Venkateswaralu, Director of Projects and Planning. So today I am very happy to be here, sir, for this great program. When I joined in Coal India, sir, in 86, I was knowing only smoke, bad weather, people tried to escape from the mines. Nobody wants to be in the mines. In WCL, I started my career, sir. But after 38 years, we are seeing our community, our big officers, our team of officers, star orders, and talking about all these repurposing and all. I'm really seeing after 4 decades a great change in the mining industry, sir. Earlier, we used to even say that we are mining officers. Now we are, thanks to the Ministry of Coal and Fertilizer Science, sir, and all of us, to make our community and mining growing, sir. So in the last meeting, sir was telling, CCO sir was telling, AAROH, oh, this word, what is that AAROH? But it's looking like a great inspiration word to the industry, sir. It's giving excellent meaning, and we are moving fast ahead with our development activities of the mines. That gives that meaning. Really great, sir. So coming to SCL, I have a small video, sir. I request all the dignitaries to visualize it. Small video from Singareni, sir. That is the real, not AA based, sir. It is Singareni, sir. Kindly, please. About our Medipalli open cast, sir. That was under
Every
mine closure, sir.
landscape has a story. Some stories are written by nature, while others are shaped by people. Guided by the Ministry of Coal's mine closure guidelines, one of SECL's greatest investments is in people. Over the past 5 years, the Skill Development Center has trained more than 3,000 people in trades, including welding, electrical work, driving, tailoring, beautician courses, and computer operations. These programs continue to create employment opportunities, empower local youth, and demonstrate that the greatest transformation is the transformation of people.
ఈ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ సెంటర్ ద్వారా మాకు స్కిల్స్ నేర్పిస్తున్నారు. ఎటువంటి స్కిల్స్ అయితే బయట ఉద్యోగ అవకాశాలకి మాకు ఎక్కువగా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. సో అటువంటి స్కిల్స్ని మాకు జనరేట్ చేస్తున్నారు.
మహిళలకు కుట్టు మిషన్, జూట్ బ్యాగులు, బ్యూటీషియన్ కోర్సులు ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. వారి వలన ఉపాధి పొందుతున్నారు మహిళలు.
Mine closure has also become an opportunity to create sustainable livelihoods. The Goshala provides employment to 25 to 30 people. Manufactured sand production creates employment for around 100 people. Proposed 500 megawatt pump storage project is expected to generate employment for nearly 200 people. The proposed cage fish farming initiative will create livelihood opportunities for around 30 people. Alongside restoring nature, SECL remains committed to preserving Telangana's rich cultural heritage. It supports the Sammakka Saralama Jatara, one of the largest tribal festivals in the region. The historic Sri Trilinga Rajarajeshwara Swami Temple, a 12th century Shiva temple built during the Kakatiya period, has been restored. SECL is ensuring that the benefits of mine closure extend far beyond the mine itself. Improved schools, healthcare, drinking water facilities, roads, community infrastructure, and public amenities have strengthened the surrounding villages and improved the quality of life for thousands of people. Mine closure is not the end of mining. It's the beginning of restoration, repurposing, sustainable livelihoods, and a just transition for communities. Guided by the Ministry of Coal's mine closure guidelines, the Medipalli open cast mine has transformed from a source of black gold into a landscape of green forests. Today, it stands as a benchmark for scientific mine closure, environmental restoration, and sustainable community development. Every mine leaves a footprint, but only a few leave behind a lasting legacy.
Thank you, sir, for your kind watching. This is one of the mines, sir. It is about to be closed in this year, sir. So I have a small presentation with nearly 20 slides, sir. Kindly permit me. This is the first slide, sir. I already sir told what is the mine closure plan, what is repurposing, that what we are already practicing, sir. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. These are the mines which we are about to close this year, sir. And Ravindra Kani already closed, sir, systematically, and we got appreciation from CCO sir also. We are about to get that certificate, sir. Dolly 2 and Dolly 1, 2 are open customers. That also almost closes, sir. Third party and CCO inspection also over. and Medipalli open customer, what we have shown, sir, now in the video, that is under closure this year. Fifth one also under closure, sir. Those 6 mines, they were closed before 2009, sir, as per the guidelines. We are doing temporary mine closure plans. We are searching any technologies which is suitable for, if any chance is there, to reopen those mines, sir. Still, and this year we will take a call, sir, whether to continue or go for final mine closure, sir. This is the photograph, sir, real photograph, sir. And first one is RK8 incline, sir. Those were the incline MoUs and all those things before closure, sir. This is the after closure, sir. This is totally in the forest land, sir. That's why there is no repurposing. But we are doing all skill development and other activities in this mine, sir. But we have handed over to that to forestry, sir. Second one is other mine, sir. Here also, before and after we have shown. And the last one is RK8. All 3 figures we have shown, sir. Totally, plantation we have done 77.91 hectares, sir. Totally green. And I have mentioned about the number of plants also there, sir. Next one is open cast mines, sir. Dorli 2 and Dorli 1. These also we have done in line with the CISO guidelines, sir. Totally. In this one of the mines, sir, there is one small, I want to tell in the great audience, small iron structure is there, sir. For removing that iron structure, the committee demanded us, if you don't remove and level it and plant it, we will not give mine closure certificate. That went on for 2 months for us, sir. So later on, that also we have removed that structure. And I want to tell that much sincerity and seriousness is there in the mine closure in Singaneni, sir. These 2 also we have completed, sir. These are the final whites, sir, after the mine closure. That we are using it as for groundwater research, but we are trying for any pisciculture in future. But earlier we planned for some floating solar also, but it's still in the conceptual stage, sir. Here, that total 162 hectares we have planted and 3,65,670 saplings we have done it, sir. They are given back to the forestry, sir. This is totally one mine, sir. This also, that is water body and remaining all water. Before and after, you see the dumps, sir. When it is working, open excavation, bare land. And in 2015, when reclamation is going on, bio reclamation, and 2019, the present status, even still grown up, sir, that was 2019 figure I am showing. That's the 365 hectares we have done it, sir, plantation. They are the sustainable 25% every year, whatever of the mine ESCO amount, what we are spending in different activities, sir. Here I am showing you nursery maintenance and apiculture, skill development, and all livelihood. These are doing in all communities and nearby villages and all those things, sir. We have 13 nurseries, sir, maintaining with nearly 250 manpower. Apiculture also we have given 4 areas, sir. 400 people are benefited. This is only 2 I am telling, but other areas also we have done, sir. Skill development centers also we opened, and we are working in all areas, sir. This is the 2 mines, sir, which are to be closed this year. Medipalli open cast. I have told you in that one. And GDK 7 LP, we are using it as a mine tourism, sir. Lot of people came from Hyderabad by special buses and visited our mines. And we have tied with our RTC, Telangana RTC. People used to come there. And that mine presently we are using for mine tourism, sir. Presently. And we may take some more time to close that mine, sir, after alternative is made. And the remaining those MBK1, 5, Boipalli 6 mines, what we have shown, sir, they are TMCPs. We are evaluating whether we can go it or not, sir. This is about the temporary mine closures, sir. These are the dumps position in the medical point, sir, what I have told, which is about to be closed. This is the biodiversity, sir. In our reclaimed, after biological reclamation is done, after plantation is enough done, how it has created flora and fauna in that area. These are the pictures we have taken in the mine surrounding areas, sir. This is about the pumped storage plant, sir. It is under conceptual stage. WAPCOS is studying that mine ward area where water we are accumulating. It is near adjoining to the river Godavari, sir. And we can use that water for pump storage. Maybe it may take another 2 years to make it realistic. These are the sustainable activities, sir, which we are doing. I told you, fish culture, POB plant. In Singareni, sir, in 3 areas we have processed OB plants, sir. We are producing processed OB from our own plants, sir. We are using it as for stowing material. M sand also, which is manufacturing sand for use, can be used for construction and all those things, sir. And agriculture fields adjoining to that, we pump the water, and after treatment we are giving to the agriculture fields, sir. That also helping a lot for the neighborhood, sir. These are the skill developments, sir, at one of the project, and other areas also we have done it. This is the mine tourism, what we are doing, sir. All people coming from all over Telangana state and visiting mines and really enjoying how the mines will be, sir. So this mine closure, mine level team and area level, corporate level, like production and quality, what we are monitoring, we do review fortnightly, sir. We call all the nodal officers who are identified for each project, make them fully aware of it and guiding them. And we are telling them we are under mortgage. Nearly 4,025 crores our money is with CCO, sir, Coal Control Organization. We have kept our mortgage, we have to complete, and then after mine closure, then we have to get back the amount, sir. We got nearly one mine, only 40 crores only we got back, remaining under the active stage, sir. And we involve district collectors and collectors also, sir. I think right now there also our nodal officers are sitting with district administration. Singareni is spread over in 7 districts, sir. All district collectors are involved. They are also being this program today, sir. These are the community development, sir. These 12 activities, sir. Skill developments like plantation, water resources, all those up to art and culture. We added another point also, sir. Any other subject with the permission of the district collector, how much we are going to spend on this. Here I told you, sir, total closure cost is that much, and 25% is 1,051, and 26% as of now we have identified, sir, though guidelines are is 25%. We have to spend it, sir. There is the subject wise what we are doing, sir. First one is sustainability, sir. That under that head I have shown the activities we have done, and they will plantation and afforestation, sir. In Singareni, sir, nearly 15,000 hectares we have replanted, sir. Nearly 5.8 crores plants we have done in last 20 years, sir. And all over Singareni, wherever we go, we see, unless we go to the mine, we can't see the mine, sir. All are fully green, and we are giving back to the nature, sir. And that same land which we have reclaimed with the non-forest land, we are using it as a CA land for opening new projects, sir. Because Singareni is unfortunate to have that CPS status, sir. We don't have that. We are repeatedly requesting. And whatever land we are preciously we are planting with forest species, sir, so that we will get good canopy and good less what you call demand by the forest department. In that way we are doing, sir. And water resources management that we are doing in the neighborhood. Last year, sir, we have 50 new tanks we have created, and 65 old tanks are renovated. That is the history of Singareni, sir. 100 tanks. These are the check dams and all those things to groundwater recharging. And other activities also we have shown, sir, all related to this 13. Flora and fauna, I told you, sir. And we will be seeing the artificially created jungles, sir, where deers will be there, peacocks will be there in mine surroundings also. These are the women empowerment activities, tailoring, embroidering, and maggam work, all those things in the poor people, sir. And the sanitation, what we are doing, RGF, sir, rapid gravity filters, we are doing at more colonies, and other activities also we have shown, sir. The clean energy, sir, we have installed nearly 245 megawatt solar, sir, still 250 under pipeline. Our net zero is 450 megawatt. Even then we are continuing, sir. And ecotourism, I told you, sir. We have 3 in our Ramguna region, Bellampalli region, Kothagudi. There are 3 regions, sir. 3 big regions. Each region we are having these eco parks, and so that the people will be going and taking care, sir. And welfare of the aged, sir. Nearly 2,800 medical camps we have conducted, sir, for all the people and needy. Agriculture, sir, whatever we are doing out of part of the sustainable development, that adjoining areas we are giving water for cultivation. agriculture, sir, and sustainable development also. That solar lighting across the roads and like water supplies and all those things we are doing, sir. And art and culture, sir, nearby temples, nearby, whatever things are there for development for community, that also we are taking care, sir. These are the final figures, sir. 11 mines, the SCL, we're going to take care in this year. And our community allocation is 26%. Yes, sir. This is the conclusion, sir. And thank you for giving this opportunity, sir. Definitely, we are the people who take care of the law of the land, sir. We appreciate MOC and CC also for giving this opportunity. Thank you for seeing it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing how you're shaping a more sustainable, regenerative, and empowered future after the mine closures. Thank you. Inviting now Mr. Suresh Chandra Suman, the Director, Technology, NLC India Limited, to kindly address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dash, Sri Sai Ramji, CMD CIL, Sri Venkateswar Loji, Director Technical Singareni Collieries, Sri Gupta Ji, General Manager Tata Steel, dignitaries of the dash, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to everyone. I am here to showcase mine closure activities which are being undertaken by NLC India Limited. So I will go ahead with one small video which will showcase the works what we have undertaken. Now go back to video first.
Every mine changes the earth. Only a few change it twice. The first transformation powers a nation. The second gives the land a new future. At NLC India Limited, we believe a mine should never have only one life. The story of a mine's second life does not begin after mining ends. It begins while mining is still in progress. Every layer of fertile soil is carefully preserved because restoration begins long before closure. The first to return were not people. They arrived on wings. The success of reclamation is measured not only by the trees we plant, but by the wildlife that chooses to return. Bees, butterflies, birds, bats, living proof that ecosystems have been restored. Nature accepted the invitation. Rain found a place to stay. Soon, the land began to provide again. Where mining once uncovered the earth, water revealed new possibilities. Reclaimed lakes now support aquatic life, fisheries, wildlife, and peaceful spaces for people. A second life reflected in every ripple. Then something unexpected happened. People returned, not to work, but to experience nature. Landscapes once known only to miners now welcome families, students, visitors, and everyone curious to witness a mine's remarkable second life. A restored landscape should do more than grow trees. It should sustain life. Across reclaimed lands, agriculture, livestock rearing, apiculture, and fisheries create livelihoods, enrich the land, and prove that restoration can continue to provide for generations. In nature, nothing is wasted. At NLC India Limited, neither is the land we reshape. overburden becomes manufactured sand. Industrial byproducts contribute to highways. Every resource continues its journey. The land never stopped serving the nation. Its first life powered India from beneath the earth. Its second continues the journey, generating clean solar energy, conserving water, supporting agriculture, and through the NEER initiative, bringing reclaimed water to the communities that need it most. Life does not need a rainforest to flourish. Even in the desert, nature writes remarkable stories. At Barsingsar, reclaimed land has become a thriving desert park, protecting native ecology, encouraging biodiversity, and opening new possibilities for environmental education and ecotourism. The true measure of responsible mining is not how much we extract, but how completely we restore, repurpose, and renew. Because mine closure is not the end of mining. It is the beginning of the land's next chapter. Every mine changes the earth. Only a few change it twice.
So let us go ahead with the presentation. A few slides are there. So we are talking about how we are ending our mines. So mine closure is nothing but closure of the mine and ending of the mining activities. So main content is, I'll be talking a bit about NLC's scale of business, then NLC's response on ESG landscape, then what we have adopted as our transformational framework, then mine closure, and the 6 principles what we are following. So this is our business. We are having 59.5 million ton capacity. We are operating 6 mines, 4 lignite and 2 coal, 6,620 megawatt thermal capacity with 7 plants, and 1,734 megawatt solar capability. There is pressure from ESG group that we should convert mining and power business into a sustainable business. So to meet these expectations, we have transformed our business not only in mining, but how we can transform generating power not from the lignite or coal based, but how we can harvest the natural resources in the form of solar energy and wind power plant. These are the transformational framework what we are following. First is sustainable mining, then progressive closure. Since so far we didn't have closed any mine, so we are following progressive closure, then circular economy. Next is digitalization, then energy transition. So we are legacy lignite mining company. Now we have converted us as long-term sustainable value chain. You can see how we are bringing the life back into the reclaimed land. So I have shown the video also, so will not speak much, but I will give some figure that so far we have mined out 6,600 hectare of land. Out of that, almost 3,300 hectare we have reclaimed, and we have afforested around 2,900 hectare, over which we have planted more than 34 million trees. Sorry, 34 lakh trees. So this is a view of our township, which is located in 50 square kilometer, having 20,400 houses, but 20.5 million trees. This is productive afforestry in our reclaimed lands. So we are cultivating paddy in 4.4 hectare of land. We are following Israeli technology through drip irrigation and cultivating vegetables in 5.17 hectare. Bamboo plantation is there for 3 hectare and Miyawaki plantation in 4.8 hectare. We are also adopting hydroponic cultivation in support with Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and successfully we are cultivating some exotic fruits. This is a view of paddy plantation, what we are doing in our reclaimed land. Almost 126 million cubic meter water what we are pumping out from the mines, we are utilizing for different purposes. So main usage is supply to thermal power station. We don't harvest any surface water for usage in our 4 power plants. Internal usage are 1.43 million cubic meter. Drinking water, including what we are supplying to Pondicherry in our township and Chennai Metro, 18.66 million cubic meter, and waste water around 26 million cubic meter we are discharging for cultivation to the villager. So this is a picture of what we are supplying to the village people for cultivation purpose, agriculture purpose. Almost 25,000 acres of agriculture land across 40 villages are getting benefited through these irrigation activities. This is a showcase of different water filter plant which has been commissioned by Chennai Water Board as well as TWAD, Tamil Nadu Water Department is there. So they are supplying almost 600 villages the water which is being supplied from our mines area. We are having artificial lakes. So it has covered almost 136 hectare. So 76 artificial lakes we are maintaining in our mined out land to have water harvesting. This is biodiversity in our reclaimed landscape. So not only we are planting the trees, but we are supporting flora and fauna also. This is the deer park which is being maintained in our mines. So 2 of the mines are having deer parks and having the population of more than 300. We did avifauna study where it has been found that there are 107 bird species. Out of that 77 are terrestrial and 30 wetlands, and 3 bird species are there which are near threatened category. This is a butterfly park what we are maintaining in our mined out land. This is a showcase of apiculture what we have developed in our mined out area. We are maintaining 50 boxes, bee boxes. This is a showcase of bats. So bats are migrating in the area where there is least pollution and no noise. So this showcases that how we are good in maintaining our environmental condition. This is a Gausala project which has been established in support with Art of Living. They are having Vyakti Vikas Kendra. So they have provided us technical and consultation, and they have supported us in establishing this Gausala. This is fishery, what we are doing in our water bodies. We have developed 4 eco parks, 3 in Naveli mines and 1 in Barsingsar, which is in Rajasthan. And we are inviting the people to book their ticket or seats on weekends for mine tourism. So every weekend on Saturday and Sunday, 40 people are booking their ticket online and they are visiting the mines on different days, different areas. This is one of the eco park what we are maintaining in our mind out area. I will talk a bit about our circular economy. So we are having overburdened to M-sand plant with the capacity of 1.4 million ton per annum. We are utilizing 100% of our fly ash being produced from different power plants, and we are utilizing 126 million cubic meter of water every year. We have commissioned 50 megawatt one solar power plant in reclaimed area. So this is the OB to M-sand plant which has been inaugurated by our Honorable Minister of Coal. This is another plant. This is a bottling plant which has been means foundation stone has been laid by Honorable State Minister. So we are engaging communities also in all the activities which is related to reclamation of mined out land. We are engaging the community. Some people are engaged through SHG and some people are engaged through a perennial nature of contractual job. So this is some of the pictures of our mined out area. This is some some of the areas where we did some desilting to preserve the water. So now I'll be talking about 6 principles what we are following for reclaiming the land. First is enable a just transition. Second is use existing mine infrastructure for new industries. Think beyond resource extraction. Create post-mining economic assets. Integrate closure from day one and convert mining waste into resources. These are the few photographs where VIPs have planted the saplings in our mined out area. What we have done, we got it vetted by external agencies, and KRH and ICRA, they have evaluated on ESG scales and they have marked us, KRH has marked us 61.2 and ICRA as 59.0. So average, industry average is less than 50, whereas we achieved near to 60. So mine closure is not the end of mining, it is the beginning of a new landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing with us NLC's story and the art of ending well. I invite our next speaker, Mr. N.K. Gupta, General Manager Mining, Tata Steel.
Hello. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais and sitting in front of me, and respected guests, very good evening to you all. I am Narendra Kumar Gupta, representing Tata Steel Limited. So I'll start directly with my presentation. We in Tata Steel, we operate a varied spectrum of mines that includes open cast, underground, open cast metal mines, chromite mines, manganese mines, and mostly, next slide, mostly we operate in eastern part of India. As you can see, we are operating coal mines in Dhanbad, Jharia, and West Bokaro near Ranchi. And our iron ore mines are mostly in Odisha and close to Jharkhand border. Next slide. Most of our mines are in progressive closure stage. We are operating these mines for about 100 years, so you can partially some of our mines we have stopped our mining operations, and we have also completed reclamation activities out there. However, technically speaking, they are in progressive closure stage. So this slide I'll skip it. Basically deals what are the jobs before mining, planning activities, during the operation of the mine, and after mining activities. So I'll skip these. Technical reclamation part, as you can see, after the mining activities, OB backfilling is done. Then after leveling the ground, we since we operate a power coal based power plant also, so a lot of ash is also generated during the course of operation of the power plant. So we spread those over the dumps, and then on top of it, then we spread the topsoil. And for slope stabilization, coir matting is done, it is made, and then vegetation is grown. These are the steps we take for technical reclamation, and after that biological reclamation process starts. You can see there are different steps what we have taken. That spreading of grass through coir matting, then grass seeds are then spread over the area, and we use seed ball technique for plantation at various dumps. And then after these dumps are created, and then final during we try to develop those into usable parks or orchards in these things. For these, we try to involve the community as well. Participation of children as well as village communities through self-help groups. We take a lot of help from them. And as you can see, annual flower show and vegetable show is an annual affair to promote these activities in and around the areas we operate. We have done a lot of work in water conservation and preservation of water streams which passes through our leases. At different places you can see the Balia Jor Nara which passes through our iron ore mining lease, then Bokaro River and Katri River in Jharia coal fields. And then a lot of since we have a lot of shortage of water, we have taken groundwater recharging in Normandy on a large scale. The bottom corner photograph which we have seen, this is the picture of one of our closed mine which has been developed into a lake, and all the industrial and supply of water to our township and colonies are taken care of through this lake. And we have stopped drawing water from the river from West Bokaro. So all our needs are met through this lake now. This is one of the projects which I would like to highlight in the West Bokaro area. We have taken up this project in consultation with Mr. K.R. Gopinath, very famous, very renowned water conservationist, in which we have made this water recharge structure by construction of a check dam over Bokaro River. And because of this construction of this check dam, the water level, groundwater level, it got recharged, and then we draw the water through this. We have constructed a water treatment plant there. Now this treatment plant, and through water pipe laying of about 10 kilometers, we are providing piped water supply to 8 villages in and around West Bokaro. So this is one of the a good project which has really brought a very good change in the lives of the community around. These are the photographs of one of the subsided areas where we have developed it into a beautiful park. Since this land was subsided and it was rendered to no use, and so we filled up the areas with ash, then topsoil, and now it has been developed into a beautiful park, which is also serving the community in and around. In West Bokaro, you can see one of the closed mountain how from 2012 to the present day it has been developed. The greenery and vegetation has been developed, and a beautiful park has been developed. That is J.N. Tata Park. This is the present top view of this park. You can see. Similarly, in West Bokaro overabundant dump, we have made a biodiversity park, that is Dorabji Tata Park. So in the middle, you can see the present day picture. In February 2012, when undertook the project, that was the condition, and present day, you can see the greenery development in the present day. The same in biodiversity Dorabji Tata Park, we have developed into a park, and it is also in-house, serving as a in-house nursery where we grow the saplings, and it is distributed to the community in and around. In OMQ, this is again one of the projects where mining was completed. One of the hill where mining was completed after cessation of the mining, this was fully reclaimed to its original glory, and on top of it, we developed a 3.3 megawatt, 3.13 megawatt solar power plant was installed. Again, this is one of the very good projects which has been taken in Normandy, called Birsa Harit Gram Yojana, where we undertake the land from the landowner, kind of barren lands. We adopt that land from the landowners, and we develop through scientific agricultural practice. We develop into different kind of orchards, whatever fruit bearing orchards, and after completion of that orchards, that usually takes about 3 years. It is then handed over back to the landowners after completion of the orchard. So this is one of the very good projects undertaken there, very appreciated by the society there. So that's all from my side. I will end my presentation here. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you to all our industry leaders for sharing their sustainable efforts towards community development and towards restoring the land, taking care of the environment after the mine closure. We'll close this session with a group photograph of all our dignitaries. May I request you all to kindly please step forward, and then we move to the next session. In fact, all their presentations reminded of a tagline of one of the insurance companies which said "Jeevan ke saath bhi or Jeevan ke baad bhi." So even after the so-called end of the mine life continues, in fact, transforming it into a new vision towards the sustainability and empowerment of our communities, our people and planet. Thank you. Moving to the next session, this is on building partnerships for sustainable mine closure and repurposing. And herein we are going to be inviting the work, the efforts, the views, perspective of our development partners with whom the Government of India, the Ministry has been closely working with Germany, the European Union, GIZ, and the Development Bank, KfW, as we believe that the challenges and the opportunities which are associated with mine closure extend beyond national boundaries, and learning from them. And that is where we have our 4 speakers who are going to be sharing their efforts towards scientific mine closure, environmental restoration, sustainable livelihoods, and a just transition for mining communities. So invite our speakers to please join me here on the stage. Mr. Thomas Mecklenhan, the European Union delegation to India. I request him to grace the dais. Ms. Pamela Baijal, the Deputy Head of Cooperation, German Embassy. Inviting Mr. Abhinav Jain, the Project Director, GIZ India. And Mr. Stephen Klesch, the Head of Energy, KfW India. So welcome to all of you. In the interest of time, in fact, we have to close the session by closer to 6. So 5:50, if we can, 5:50, 55. I leave it to you how to manage this time here. So invite our first speaker, Mr. Thomas Mecklenhan from the European Union delegation to India for his address.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be here to speak on behalf of the European Union delegation to India in this session about building partnerships. And I will mention the European Union's own experience in mine closure and repurposing, and give some reflections on the lessons that may be relevant for India on its own pathway in this area. In Europe, the transition away from coal has not been a single event. In fact, it's a long and complex process of economic restructuring, environmental restoration, and social adjustment. And the experience in the European Union has shown that mine closure cannot be treated only as an industrial or an environmental issue. It must be approached as a territorial transformation, and one that affects workers, families, local communities, public services, and even a regional identity. This understanding is reflected in the European Union's own policy framework. The EU has an objective of reaching climate neutrality by 2050, and this provides the overall strategic direction, while emphasizing that this transition must be fair and inclusive. And to support this, the European Union has established a just transition mechanism in 2021, and this is an instrument designed to help the regions that are most affected by the move away from fossil fuels. And at the heart of this mechanism lies a funding mechanism, a Just Transition Fund, which provides targeted support of 17.5 million euros. That's 1.92 lakh crore rupees to the affected regions over a 7-year period. And a key feature of the European approach is that this support is based on territorial just transition plans. And these are drawn up by the relevant local authorities in cooperation with the affected economic and social partners. And these plans are prepared at regional level, and they identify the social, economic, and environmental challenges that have to be addressed in the transition. The fund plays a very important role in turning these plans into actions and activities, and it supports regions in creating new economic opportunities beyond coal, including clean industries, opportunities for MSMEs, research, innovation, rehabilitation of industrial land, and also the reskilling of the affected workers. Let me mention 3 key lessons from the European experience. First, the transition must be gradual and planned over time. Successful restructuring requires long-term commitment. And if I give an example of Germany, and my colleagues I'm sure will say more about that, one region, the Ruhr region, was once heavily dependent on coal and steel, and over decades this has been transformed through sustained public investment, economic diversification, and redevelopment of former industrial sites. Second, land repurposing can become a driver of renewal. Former mining areas in Europe have been converted into industrial parks, logistics centers, renewable energy sites, cultural venues, research hubs, and also recreational areas. Industrial heritage has been preserved and integrated into new economic uses. In Spain, environmental restoration and local redevelopment have helped former mining communities build alternative futures as well. Third point is that workers and communities must be at the center of the process. In Poland, the transition has underscored the need for social dialogue, phased planning, and support for local employment. Across the European Union, experience shows that worker reskilling is most effective when linked to realistic labor market opportunities and when social partners, trade unions, local authorities, employers, and civil society are involved from the outset. These lessons may offer useful reference points for India, while recognizing that every country's context is unique. India's scale, development priorities, federal structure, and regional diversity require solutions that are tailored to India's own institutions and communities. Yet, some principles are clearly adaptable. One is the value of territorial planning, looking beyond the mine itself to the wider region or district that is affected by the transition. Another is the importance of institutional coordination across ministries, state governments, local authorities, public enterprises, and financial institutions. And third is the need to balance environmental restoration, social protection, and economic renewal in a single strategy rather than treating them separately. Ladies and gentlemen, mine closure and repurposing is never simply the end of an industry. If it's managed well, it can be the beginning of a new development chapter, one that is cleaner, more diversified, and more resilient. The European Union is ready to continue exchanging our experience and learning with India in this important endeavor. Our shared objective is to ensure that repurposing enables communities, workers, and regions to move forward with dignity, opportunity, and hope. Thank you for your attention and best wishes for a successful event this afternoon and this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing with us how the various countries of you are approaching a more sustainable and responsible mine closure and how India can actually leverage on the work which has been done by them. Thank you. I invite now our next speaker, Ms. Pamela Bergel, the Deputy Head of Cooperation German Embassy, to kindly address the gathering.
So, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. On behalf of the German Embassy, ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि आज मैं आपके साथ हूँ for the launch of the bilateral project on scientific coal mine closure and repurposing. Let me start by emphasizing that Germany deeply values its collaboration with India, which has grown over more than 70 years into one of our closest and most trusted development partnerships. And this ambitious joint undertaking to plan, implement, execute, and manage state-of-the-art pilot projects of sustainable coal mine closures and repurposing of about-to-be closed coal mine sites is for us a key element of the Indo-German Green and Sustainable Development Partnership, the so-called GSDP, and is of particular importance for Germany. We are honored to work alongside the Ministry of Coal and the European Union in this shared endeavor and to have GIZ that would carry out the implementation of the project. So coal has played a defining role in the industrial development of both countries, Germany and India. As coal mines finishes its useful life, the challenge is not only how to close mines safely, but how to ensure that the workers, families, and the communities are able to build a prosperous future beyond mining. And Germany's experience has shown that mine closure is not the end of the development, but rather the beginning of a regional transformation. Germany has gained valuable experience through the transformation, as my colleague already outlined, of its former coal regions, particularly in the Lusatia, but we have seen today many good examples of India as well that are quite impressive. So particularly the Lusatia region in eastern Germany and the Rhenish region in the western Germany. And Lusatia, former open cast lignite mines, have been rehabilitated into one of Europe's largest artificial lake districts, creating new opportunities for tourism, recreation, biodiversity, conservation, and local businesses. And at the same time, the region is attracting investments in renewable energies, green hydrogen, battery manufacturing, research institutions, and modern industrial parks, helping diversify the regional economy. Similarly, the Rhenish region is undergoing one of Europe's largest structural transformation programs. Supported by substantial public investments, the region is developing innovation clusters, clean energy industries, advanced manufacturing, digital infrastructure, and research centers, while creating new employment opportunities for former coal workers and future generations. And these transitions have been possible only because of long-term planning, strong cooperation between national and regional governments, active participation of communities, academia and industry, and sustained investment in skills, infrastructure, and economic diversification. And these experiences have further shaped Germany's international cooperation, helping governments worldwide strengthen policies, build institutional capacity, promote workforce reskilling, restore mining landscapes, and create new economic opportunities for coal-dependent regions. While every country follows its own pathway, the underlying principle remains the same. A successful transition must place people at its center. India's coal regions have unique social, economic, and environmental contexts, and therefore India's transition must be designed by India for India. Our role as Germany is not to provide a blueprint, but to share lessons learned in complete transparency, technical expertise, and also share international experience while supporting Indian institutions in developing their own solutions that are locally appropriate and nationally owned. So today, for us, today marks the beginning of a new chapter in India and Germany cooperation. It reflects the strength of the partnership in our shared belief that economic growth, environmental stewardship, and social inclusion can advance together. And we look forward to working closely with the Ministry of Coal and all partners involved to demonstrate how international cooperation can support resilient coal regions and create a model of sustainable mine closure and regional transformation for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing with us the Germany's perspective and then the approach towards mine closure and further on strengthening bilateral cooperation for sustainable mine closure and regional transformation. Our next speaker is Mr. Abhinav Jain, the Project Director of GIZ India.
Good afternoon. May I have the presentation on the slide? Yeah. So myself, Avinav Jain, I am the project director on behalf of GIZ India, executing the project, which is co-funded by BMZ and European Union. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So you must be thinking about who is GIZ. Just to give a brief introduction, GIZ, German Development Corporation, is a not-for-profit entity owned by Government of Germany, Federal Republic, and works only for the development cooperation work, which is funded by the Government of Germany, commissioned by the Government of Germany. In India, we are around 550 people working with 20 to 23 ministries across India, and working on all the topic related to sustainable development, climate change, where there is something to be shared with Government of India, and these learnings can help for defining the path of the future. So this is one of the endeavor, the project which we call technical cooperation on to-be closed coal mine. Can we go to the next slide? So what is the basic objective? So from last 3 to 4 years, there was discussion going on between Government of India and Government of Germany that this topic is of importance for both the country, and Government of Germany can provide assistance, experience and knowledge along with European Union to India. And this was agreed in 2022-2023, and now we have a project funded from European Union and BMZ of 10 million euro to provide technical assistance on all the fronts where Government of India is already working, but there is something which we can share from outside. The whole idea of the project is to plan, implement, execute and manage state-of-the-art pilot projects, because Indian government said we already have done a lot of things. We know a lot of things from studies, paper, but we want to implement pilot on ground and want to see what is the blueprint of the world-class clover look like, how other countries had done it. And we would try to do our best that in next 4 years, we help and show whatever is possible from the international experiences and do this pilot in India. We have a huge commitment which we have taken that we will directly engage with huge amount of adjacent community living to the coal mine. We will support in establishment of a center of excellence on mine closure and repurposing, because we deeply believe that the knowledge already exists, but the center of the knowledge is missing, where all these can be harnessed and can be used again and again. We will try to strengthen the capacity of all the stakeholders involved, because as you know, there is multiple stakeholders, state government, national government, district level administration, people, many people are involved, but how they can collaborate with each other? There is no blueprint for collaboration, which we would like to provide and develop along with the partners. And then with all the experience which we will gain, we will try to provide our learning back to the Government of India coal controller to strengthen the national coal mine closure framework. So we know what we have to do, but we will also have a path or a blueprint of how everything can be done by the end of the project. Can we go to the next slide? The whole idea for our project lies in 3 layers, which is people, community infrastructure, and resources. If we all know GIS, if there are layers in everything. So for us, in this project, we have 3 layers, and we will work on all these 3 layers, starting from planning on people side, infrastructure side, resources side, how to build capacity for all these 3 front, and at the end also support in implementation of the measures which we suggest to all the stakeholder involved. So it's not just about informing them, but also working with them for implementing the measures which they select at the end of the day. So this is a very broad plan which GIZ had developed. This is the first plan. This is not the final plan. And we hope that as we move for the implementation of this project, in next 4 years, we will meet a lot of you. We would take a lot of suggestions from you, try to incorporate and maybe work together. And in the end of 4 years, we know the blueprint for India, and the blueprint which already exists in Europe and in Germany. With that, I thank you all for your time. Thanks for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing with us GIZ India's vision and then the plan working with the state governments and the other stakeholders towards advancing sustainable mine closure and how you intend to also further implement it. And our last speaker, we invite the perspective of a development bank, inviting Mr. Stephen Cleish, the head of Energy KfW India.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here today. Many thanks for the invitation and to give me the opportunity to present the KfW activities in the Indian energy sector, and in particular with regard to repurposing of old mining land. And yeah, I would like to start with quick introduction into our portfolio in general. So as KfW, under the Indo-German cooperation, financial cooperation, we are supporting the clean energy transition with 7.7 billion euros so far. We have in particular financed projects with regard to renewable energy, wind parks, solar parks, but also battery storage projects, hydropower projects. We are supporting power transmission projects, the Green Energy Corridor Program 1 and 2, power distribution projects, energy efficiency projects, and now we are also entering into the topic of decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors, and we have recently signed 2 grant agreements with regard to green ammonia projects. So all in all, a portfolio of 7.7 billion euro in the Indian energy sector. This is around 86,000 crore Indian rupees. And when looking at this slide, you can see that we have financed projects almost everywhere in India. Only in the north and northeast we have not financed projects so far. And we are proud to have signed rather recently a loan agreement with NLC. And you have already seen in the presentation in the first session the solar park, and we are proud to provide the funding for the 50 megawatt solar park in Nibali. This is the first solar park on old mining land. And in addition to this, I mean, with the 100 million euro we are providing for the projects with Nibali Lignite Corporation, we are also financing battery storage projects. One battery storage project very close to the mining land. And yeah, this is kind of the start into this topic for us. And we are looking forward to further financing opportunities with regard to financing, for instance, wind parks, pump storage projects, battery storage systems, and also, of course, solar parks on old mining land. Yeah, and I think for you, it is in particular interesting to see which kind of implementation modes we have, which kind of financing instruments. And yeah, it's important to mention that as a promotional bank, the leading promotional bank of Germany, we are providing direct financing to Indian public partners like NLC, but it could be also, of course, every other company in the coal sector, which is in public hands. And we are providing our funding to Indian public financial institutions such as PFC, REC, can be also HUTCO, SBI, Bank of Baroda, when we want to refinance private sector projects. And yeah, most important to mention here is that we are providing reduced interest loans with yeah, the support of the German government, budget funds coming from the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. This makes it possible to reduce the interest rates of our loan products yeah, decisively. Plus, we also have the option to provide promotional loans with our own funds. This is also quite attractive since we have the AAA rating and very good access to cheap money on the capital market, on the international capital market. And yeah, in addition to this, we can provide also technical assistance through grant amounts. We can support certain studies and also capacity building. For instance, also study tours to Europe. This is also an opportunity we have. And I think these are the most important instruments to mention here. Minimum ticket size for us is usually 80 million euro, but we are targeting rather at 150 or up to 300 million euro. And whenever your companies have projects in the pipeline with such a financial amount, we are happy to talk to you. And so far the cooperation with Nijmegen Lignite Corporation has been very, very good. And that's why we would be happy to further support the transition also on old mining land. Just one last remark. I highlighted this already. We are, as KfW Development, only in the, we can only support projects with public companies or the government. This is important. We also have a subsidiary, KfW DEG, and they are able to provide loans to also private sector companies. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much for extending that financial support and cooperation from KfW towards responsible and sustainable mine closure. With that, thank you to all our speakers, requesting you if you can please step forward here for a group photograph, and then we close the session. So as we said, it's actually for the mine closure, Jeevan ke saath bhi aur Jeevan ke baad bhi. All the four speakers and the earlier speakers actually reaffirmed that successful mine closure is not just about building only sound technical practices, but also strong partnerships and collaborations, knowledge sharing, innovation, and then a shared commitment towards sustainable development. Thank you very much. Requesting all of you to remain in the hall for shortly we are going to be starting with the inaugural session. Our honorable ministers are already on the way. We already have our Secretary Sir present here in the hall, and we're just waiting for the honorable ministers to be joining. There's an exhibition, as you know, has been organized outside where we have our industry showcasing the various sustainable efforts and initiatives which they have been taking towards mine closure and the post-mine closure activities, especially working with the communities and towards the environmental restoration. Once we close with the inaugural session, and as you then join us for dinner, we also request you to kindly pay a visit in the exhibition area to get a hands-on experience of the efforts being taken by the industry, not only involved in the production, but then working also towards the restoration. That's a request to all the leaders who are going to be joining here on the stage for the MOU signing in ceremony. Now, during this session, we'll be also signing MOUs. So just a request, there are steps which are on my left-hand side and your right-hand side. So you request you to kindly embrace the days from the steps which are on your right-hand side and probably disembark from this side. So shortly, this is, in fact, we have the ministerial session where we have our Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause और आप सभी की सम्मान भरी तालियों के बीच मंच पर स्वागत करते हैं आदरणीय श्री जी किशन रेड्डी जी का, हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय कोयला एवं खान मंत्री। स्वागत माननीय डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी का, केंद्रीय विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी तथा पृथ्वी विज्ञान राज्य मंत्री स्वतंत्र प्रभार के साथ, तथा प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय कार्मिक लोक शिकायत एवं पेंशन मंत्रालय परमाणु ऊर्जा विभाग एवं अंतरिक्ष विभाग के माननीय राज्य मंत्री। स्वागत माननीय श्री सतीश चंद्र दुबे जी का, हमारे माननीय कोयला एवं खान राज्य मंत्री श्री विक्रम देवदत्त जी का, सचिव कोयला मंत्रालय, और हिज एक्सेलेंसी डॉक्टर फिलिप एक्करमैन, भारत एवं भूटान में जर्मनी के राजदूत। देवी सज्जनों, आप सभी से निवेदन करना चाहेंगे अपने स्थान पर खड़े होने के लिए राष्ट्रगीत के लिए और उसके उपरांत राष्ट्रगान के लिए। रिक्वेस्टिंग ऑल टू प्लीज राइज एट योर पोजीशन फॉर द नेशनल सॉन्ग फॉलोड बाय द नेशनल एंथम।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल चञ्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. Requesting all of you to kindly take your seats, and may I request the honorable ministers and all the dignitaries on the dais to please light the ceremonial lamp. मंचासीन हमारे माननीय मंत्रीगण और समस्त हमारे अतिथिगण, उनसे निवेदन है कि दीप प्रज्वलित कर आप आज के इस विशेष कार्यक्रम का मंगलमय शुभारंभ करें. आज देवी सजनों, दो नई पहलों का माननीय मंत्रीगण के कर कमलों द्वारा उद्घाटन किया जाएगा और इसकी तरफ इसका शुभारंभ करते हुए ईश्वर की स्तुति वंदना के साथ, ईश्वर के आशीर्वाद के साथ और इसके साथ साथ ये दीप प्रज्वलन केवल एक औपचारिक प्रथा नहीं है, बल्कि हमारे ज्ञान के आदान प्रदान के और उसके साथ साथ हमारे आपसी सहयोग के we are building greater collaborations and partnerships with all the stakeholders, the government, industry, academia, our international partners coming together towards these two new initiatives, and as we especially work towards sustainable mine closure and mine repurposing. तो सभी की शुभकामनाओं के साथ और ईश्वर की स्तुति वंदना के साथ हमारे आज के इस विशेष कार्यक्रम का मंगलमय शुभारंभ. Thank you to the honorable ministers and all the dignitaries for this auspicious beginning of the inaugural session. And once again, namaskar and good evening to our dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and on behalf of Ministry of Coal and on behalf of the Coal Controller Organization of India, I welcome you all in the inaugural session. And ladies and gentlemen, as India, under the pragmatic and very thoughtful leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi, balances its energy security with an unwavering commitment to sustainable development, and then towards realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047, mine closure, ladies and gentlemen, is being increasingly witnessed not just as an end-of-life compliance activity, but more importantly, as an opportunity towards economic transformation, towards environmental restoration and community development. And the technical session which we had earlier, all our speakers, in fact, had reinforced this powerful message. The Ministry of Coal, under the leadership of our Honorable Minister, Sir, has been taking many initiatives, ensuring further that the legacy of a mine is determined not just by the production, but also by the future it leaves behind. And towards that, today we are going to be witnessing two major initiatives by the ministry, which are going to be launched and released at the hands of our honorable ministers. We have the AAROH, that's the annual report on mine closure, the rising, which is going to be released at the hands of the minister, sir. And then we have 4 coal NEER plants which have been developed by the coal by CCI, which are also going to be inaugurated today. And then, of course, we are going to be fostering greater collaborations and partnerships with the the international partners, the development agencies, with the industry as we move forward. So at the very outset, we would like to thank our honorable ministers and all the dignitaries and the days for taking out time to lead us and to guide us. And I would like to invite here on the stage Shri Sajesh Kumar and the Coal Controller to kindly join me here in welcoming the Honorable Minister, Sir, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Ji, the Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines. Welcoming the Honorable Minister by presenting the plant, which is further reaffirmation of our sustainable development, environmental restoration as we work towards the sustainable mine closure. Inviting Shri Gopal Singh Ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Coal, to please now join us here on the stage, and to welcome Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, our Honorable Union Minister of State with the independent charge of Science and Technology. Unka bhi bahut swagat. Requesting and inviting Shrimati Chetna Shukla. We're approaching the mine closure with the science, technology, innovation at the core of it. So thank you, Shrimati Chetna Shukla, DDG, to kindly welcome Shri Satish Chandra Dubey Ji, our Honorable Minister of State for Coal and Mines. Now inviting and requesting Shri Sanjeev Kumar Kasi, Joint Secretary, to please join us here on the stage as we extend our greetings and welcome Shri Vikram Devdutt, Secretary, Ministry of Coal. And as we foster partnerships and collaborations with our international partners, we are extremely excited and gratified by the presence of His Excellency Dr. Philip Ackermann, the Honorable Ambassador of Germany to India and Bhutan. And to welcome him, may I request Mr. Ashim Kumar Modi, the Joint Secretary, to please join us here on the stage. So as we are talking about mine closure and sustainable mine closure, we are looking at it from the angles of production, environment, and community development with science and technology at the core of it, and all our leaders here present on the stage. And now from the ministry side, may I once again invite Shri Sajesh Kumar, the Coal Controller of India, for his welcome remarks.
A very good evening to all of you. On behalf of the Ministry of Coal and the Coal Controller Organization, I extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines, Shri Kishan Reddy Ji, Honorable Minister of State, Independent in Charge for Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Coal and Mines, Shri Satish Chandra Dubey Ji, respected Secretary, Ministry of Coal, His Excellency Dr. Philip Ackermann, Ambassador of Germany to India, Dr. Eva Suvara, Deputy Head of the European Union Delegation, the district collectors who have joined us online through the video conferencing, distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais. A very warm welcome to all of you. Before I proceed, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for Coal and Mines for making the scientific mine closure and the community-based repurposing a central priority of this ministry. So everything that we celebrate tonight exists because of your support and encouragement. For over a century, the story of coal in India has been defined by the amount of coal extracted from the ground. But today, we tell a different story. What happens to the coal mines once the extraction comes to an end? Across the country, decoaled mining sites are being transformed through scientific mine closure into green forests, farmlands, water bodies, solar parks, ecotourism destinations, pump storages, and many of those interventions creating renewed environmental and economic value. I am pleased to share that in the last 2 years alone, for the first time since independence, we have scientifically closed 42 mines. We also identified about 105 more mines for closure over the next 2 to 3 years. It's imperative to understand that the process of mine closure is not just about sealing off the operational mines. It's centered around the community participation and stakeholder involvement so that it continues to serve both the people and the nature. In this context, I am very happy to inform you that Ministry of Coal has developed Reclaim framework, which provides a structured approach for the community engagement to identify the pain points in people's life, the service level gaps, and co-creating solution with the communities affected. I am pleased to share that through the Reclaim framework, we have reached out to approximately 1.8 lakh people in 52 coal mines, helping to identify suitable community development projects based on the local needs and the aspiration of the community. All these remarkable transformations have been comprehensively captured and documented in the annual report on mine closure called AAROH, The Rising, which will be released today by the Honorable Minister. In a few moments, we will also witness the signing of the implementation agreement between the Ministry of Coal and GIZ, a technical partnership towards a sustainable mine closure valued at about 10 million EU, that's 10 million EUR, jointly supported by the German federal government and also the European Union. Another milestone of this evening is the inauguration of coal NEER plants, and which convert the mine water into the safe drinking water for the nearby communities. What was once considered a byproduct of mining is now emerging as a valuable community resource, demonstrating how sustainable mine management can enhance the quality of the life of the people in and around the mining areas. To further the skill development and livelihood opportunities, we will also be signing 2 MoUs today between BCCL, GRDA, and also 2 private partners, Hindalco Industry Limited and Rajdhani Universal Fabric Private Limited. These are all towards a sustainable effort for a repurposing and the mine closure that's more community-centric. Let's remember that the legacy we create in the coal sector will be measured just not by the resources we extract, but by the positive impact we have on environment, the communities, and also the future of our Vikasit Bharat. I once again welcome all the dignitaries on and off the dais, the media, and all other stakeholders from the industry, NGOs, and other different community organizations for being part of this important evening. And I welcome once again all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your progressive views on scientific mine closure and sustainable mine repurposing. And I now invite our Secretary Coal, Shri Vikram Dev Dadji, to kindly address the gathering.
Namaskar. Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Shri Kishan Reddy ji, Honorable Union Minister of State Independent Charge of Science and Technology and Earth Sciences and Minister of State in PMO, DOPT Atomic Energy and Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Honorable Union Minister for State for Coal and Mines, Shri Satish Chandra Dubey ji, His Excellency Dr. Philip Ackermann, the Ambassador of Germany to India, Dr. Eva Suvan, Deputy Head of the EU Delegation, distinguished guests, our co-partners from the private sector universe, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you, especially so that a phrase which was used by me when I first joined the coal ministry, that we must look at mining with a conscience, has come to fruition. Central to the discourse, driven by the vision and the passion of our Honorable Union Minister, that people, their lives, the quality of their lives in the coal mining universe should be central to our discourse on mining, is why we are here. As you all know, that mine closure represents a very significant stage in the life cycle of a mine. Extraction of resource meets national imperatives, creates energy security. But in terms of ensuring how the communities will continue to benefit long after mining operations have ceased, how we manage this transition will shape the long-term sustainability of India's mining sector. Recognizing this as a cardinal principle, Ministry of Coal has steadily shifted the focus of mine closure from a purely regulatory perspective to a process of planned land restoration and productive reuse. Today, mine closure planning encompasses and integrates environmental rehabilitation, community participation, and future land use from the very beginning, ensuring that mining leaves behind enduring value rather than abandoned assets. This evolution was first reflected in the policy document of the mine closure guidelines issued by the Ministry of Coal in January 2025, which for the first time ever placed local communities at the center of the planning process. Sir, as you would be aware, sir, 25% of the approved mine closure cost for community development was earmarked specifically under these guidelines, creating a potential for investments of nearly 10,000 crores over the next decade in livelihoods, healthcare, education, infrastructure, and skill development across the entire spectrum of social infrastructure. However, we all understand that policy reforms, however good the intent, must be supported by practical implementation mechanisms. With this objective in mind, and with an avowed sense of purpose, the Ministry of Coal, under the guidance of the Honorable Union Minister and the Coal Controller organization leading this charge, has developed a comprehensive framework and digital tools that guide every stage of mine closure and land repurposing. As the Coal Controller has already explained in his opening remarks, the Reclaim framework promotes structured engagement with local communities so that all future land use decisions reflect local needs, local aspirations, and local possibilities. To support its effective implementation, a massive drive was carrying out, and around 2,000 officials from Coal India Limited, NLC India Limited, and Singareni Collieries have already been trained to apply the framework across their mining regions. Suvikalp is a digital tool which is an online integrated mine repurposing tool, enabling a very scientific assessment of which is the most suitable post-mining land use by integrating technical feasibility according to the geomining conditions with environmental considerations and community aspirations. And there has been a concerted effort of disseminating the benefits of how Suvikalp can be used effectively through a webinar series, creating an institutional platform for continuous learning and exchange of national and international best practices. The value of these initiatives is now becoming increasingly visible on the ground. Just to cite a case in point, NLCL's Mine 1, 1A, and 2 water has been effectively repurposed to support drinking water supply, irrigation, and water storage across 25,000 acres. Around 300 lakh kiloliters of mine water is supplied annually, benefiting nearly 3 lakh people, including supply to Chennai. The initiative supports irrigation in 40 villages, creating livelihood opportunities and contributes to the restoration of local water bodies through desiltation. This example demonstrates that there can be multiple models for successful mine closure, some of which have been displayed in the exhibition hall outside. As these experiences continue to grow, documenting and sharing them becomes equally important. In this context, AAROH, the first documentation of its kind, and an annual report on mine closure, which will be released today by the Honorable Ministers, brings together successful practices from scientifically closed coal mines across the country through case studies, visual documentation, and practical insights. We hope that it will serve as a valuable knowledge resource for policymakers, practitioners, researchers, industry, and all those engaged in advocating and advancing sustainable mine closure and land repurposing. Another significant initiative to be unveiled today is Coal NEER, which reflects our commitment to the sustainable utilization of mine water. By promoting the productive use of mine water, this initiative demonstrates how resources created through mining can continue to generate long-term benefits for surrounding communities even after mining operations have ceased. While initiatives such as Coal NEER demonstrate the opportunities that emerge from innovative post-mining resource management, scaling up such efforts requires strong partnerships. In this context, it is especially encouraging that today we'll be signing the implementation agreement with GIZ. This is a new beginning of a strong and growing partnership between India and Germany in promoting sustainable development in the coal sector. This is a 4-year, €10 million grant-based project, which is an important step towards adopting learnings and global best practices in scientific mine closure, ecological restoration, institutional capacity building, and creating new livelihood opportunities for communities. India's experience with international expertise, this partnership will strengthen technical capacity. I'm also delighted to share that a tripartite memorandum of understanding will be signed between Bharat Coking Coal Limited, the JRDA, and Hindalco Industries Limited to establish a vocational training center in Jharia, empowering local youth, particularly women and rehabilitated families, with industry-relevant skills suitable to the needs of the region and sustainable livelihood opportunities benefiting nearly 1,200 people in 2 phases. The progress we have achieved so far has been possible because of the continued guidance, support, and constant exhorting of the Union Minister of Coal and Mines, and also the collective efforts of government, industry, research institutions, development partners, and local communities working together. As we move forward, our objective is not simply to close mines responsibly technically, but to ensure that every reclaimed mine contributes to environmental resilience, local prosperity, and sustainable regional development. Jai Hind.
Thank you, respected Secretary, sir, for sharing with us how the Ministry of Coal is approaching mine closure as a scientific, environment, and socio-economic discipline and in collaboration with all the stakeholders. और अब देवी सज्जनों आमंत्रित करते हैं हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय कोयला एवं खान राज्य मंत्री आदरणीय श्री सतीश चंद्र दुबे जी को उनके विशेष उद्बोधन के लिए।
माननीय केंद्रीय कोल एवं खान मंत्री श्री जी कृष्ण रेड्डी जी, माननीय केंद्रीय पर्यावरण वन एवं भूपेंद्र जी तो आए नहीं हैं, आने वाले थे, माननीय केंद्रीय विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, कोयला मंत्रालय के सचिव विक्रम दत्त जी, मंच पर आसीन वरिष्ठ अधिकारी, उद्योग जगत के पधारे विशेष मीडिया के बंधु एवं देवियों और सज्जनों, साथ साथ आज मंचासीन है हमारे महानुभाव डॉक्टर फिलिप। आज इस अवसर पर सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूं। मुझे अत्यंत हर्ष हो रहा है। आज दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से अर्थव्यवस्था और हमारे देश के विकास का कोयला और खनन क्षेत्र का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है, लेकिन साथियों हमारी सरकार का स्पष्ट मानना है कि खनन की असली सफलता सिर्फ बात से नहीं तय होती है, अपने जीवन में कितना कोयला और संसाधन निकाले, असली सफलता इसमें है। जब हम प्रकृति के उस हिस्से को छोड़कर जाएंगे जहां आने वाले पीढ़ियों को क्या देकर जाएंगे, जहां हम तो अपने उपयोगिता के लिए खदान माइनिंग करके हम जमीन से, भारत माँ के भूभाग से अपनी आवश्यकताएं की चीज़ तो हम निकाल लेंगे, लेकिन उसके बाद उसको ऐसे तैसे छोड़ के जब चले जाएंगे तो आने वाले पीढ़ी हमको किस ढंग से देखेगा, किस नजरिया से देखेगा, प्राकृतिक भी किस ढंग से देखेगा हमको, इस पर चिंता के विषय करने की जरूरत है। लेकिन जब से सरकार हमारी आई है, आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार, तो एक डीम प्रोजेक्ट है कि जितनी अच्छे ढंग से हम माइनिंग करते हैं उसी अच्छे ढंग से माइन क्लोजर का भी सिस्टम हम लोग डेवलप किए हैं। माइन क्लोजर से एक होगा कि प्राकृतिक जो हमें दिया है उसको हम छिन्न भिन्न अवस्था में नहीं छोड़ के जाएं, उसको एक सजा के जाए। जैसे आपने देखा होगा कि अभी हम लोग जैसे एंट्री किए हैं, जो माइन क्लोजर के अधीन जो आज के डेट में माइन क्लोजर का काम जहां चल रहा है, आज कहीं ना कहीं से टूरिस्ट प्लेस बनते जा रहा है। और साथ साथ जितना हम पर्यावरण का नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं उतना उससे अधिक पेड़ लगाने की भी सोच हम रखते हैं। एक आग्रह जरूर हम करेंगे कि पेड़ तो हम लगाते हैं, लेकिन ऐसा पेड़ लगाएं जो भारत के कल्चर से ताल्लुकात रखता हो। जैसे गोल्ड मोहर पेड़ लगा के हम कुछ नहीं पाएंगे, बबूल का गाछ लगा के हम कुछ नहीं पाएंगे। हमारे भारत के अंदर बहुत ऐसा अच्छा पेड़ है जिससे हमारा प्राकृतिक का संतुलन भी बैलेंस करेगा और आने वाले पीढ़ी के लिए भी लाभदायक होगा। और माइन क्लोजर के अधीन एक पुनः हम लोग एक गाइडलाइन आया है 2025 में कि माइन क्लोजर की 25% हिस्सा सीधे वहां के आम जनमानस से जोड़ के खर्च करने की व्यवस्था की गई है। क्योंकि जमीन तो हम ले लेते हैं, पैसा दे देते हैं, उसके एवज में कुछ नौकरियां भी दे देते हैं, लेकिन जमीन एक ऐसा चीज है कि हर एक साल मेहनत करके किसान उससे उत्पादन करता है, अपने परिवार को चलाता है, और पैसा तो आए दिन खर्च हो जाता है, फिर उसके पास प्रत्येक साल की आय का स्रोत खत्म हो जाता है। लेकिन हम माइन क्लोजर के तहत अगर उस जमीन को उपयोगी बना के फिर उसी जनता के बीच में समूह के माध्यम से अगर हम दे देते हैं तो आने वाला पीढ़ी का भी जीविका के एक बहुत बड़ा संसाधन बनेगा। और सबको करना चाहिए, केवल कोल इंडिया या केवल हमको नहीं करनी चाहिए। जितने प्राइवेट माइन भी काम कर रहे हैं, एक जिम्मेवारी के तहत, एक जवाबदेही के तहत इस सबको जवाबदेही लेनी चाहिए कि अगर भारत माँ ने हमको कुछ दिया है तो उस धरती को हम फिर से सजा के अपने आने वाले पीढ़ी को सुपुर्द करें। क्योंकि आने वाले दिनों में पता नहीं कि उस जमीन के अंदर फिर कुछ मिले, क्योंकि अब पहले केवल ओबी हटा के छोड़ देते थे, लेकिन आज एक समय आया तो ओबी को भी आप रिसर्च कर रहे हैं कि इसमें कौन सा क्रिटिकल मिनरल कब और कहां मिल जाएगा और में भारत के लिए उपयोगी हो सकता है। तो आज उसका भी हम जांच कर रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमको उस पर ध्यान देना चाहिए। साथियों, अंग्रेजी के 4 अक्षर होते हैं LIFE। अगर इन्हें एक तरीके से रखे जाते हैं तो फाइल, और थोड़ा शब्द का हेरा फेरी कर दें तो इन लाइफ भी बन जाता है। पहले केवल फाइल में माइन क्लोजर होता था, शब्द का हेरा फेरी था, लेकिन आज माइन क्लोजर हमारा लाइफ बनते जा रहा है। हमको इस नजरिया से देखना है कि अब केवल फाइल सजाने के लिए नहीं, अब लाइफ बनाने के लिए माइन क्लोजर का काम करना है, और कोल इंडिया इसमें कर भी रहा है। बड़े जिम्मेवारी के साथ हम कहते हैं कि सभी पदाधिकारी की योगदान इसमें महत्वपूर्ण है, और जो जिम्मेवारी दी गई है मंत्रालय में, बखूबी उस जवाबदेही को बड़े मजबूती से निर्वहन करने का काम सभी लोग कर भी रहे हैं। आज हम केवल कोल पहले निकालते थे, आज हम धरती मां के जमीन से हम पानी भी उतना ही मात्रा में है, और पानी से बहुत सा काम हो रहा है, किसानों के लिए उपयोगी हो सकता है, हम उससे बिजली भी बना सकते हैं, और कोल नीर के माध्यम से हम आम जनमानस प्यासे लोगों के पास पानी भी पहुंचाने का काम आज के डेट में हम करने जा रहे हैं। इस सबसे महत्वपूर्ण काम है। इसलिए कहीं ना कहीं हम सभी लोगों को इस जिम्मेवारी बनती है कि माइन क्लोजर को बड़ी बेहतर ढंग से हम लोग देखें, बहुत बेहतर ढंग से करें और प्राकृतिक जिस अवस्था में मुझे दिया था उससे बेहतर हम सजा के देने का प्रयास करें। और सभी जगह प्रदूषण की चिंताएं हैं, इससे प्रदूषण भी कहीं ना कहीं पर कंट्रोल हम कर रहे हैं और कंट्रोल करेंगे भी, ये हमारी सबसे बड़ा जिम्मेदारी भी है। और आज हमारा एक और विषय बनता है कि आज कहीं ना कहीं हम सभी लोगों के बीच में आज हम केवल विकास के महत्वपूर्ण पहलू हमारे युवाओं की महिलाओं को नई दिशा दे रहा है। बीसीसीएल, GRDA और हिंडाल्को के सहयोग से एक नया व्यावसायिक प्रशिक्षण केंद्र शुरू हो रहा है जो स्थानीय परिवारों को एक नया हुनर सिखाकर उन्हें आत्मनिर्भर बनाएगा। खदान बंदी की इन सभी सफलताओं का एक दस्तावेज के रूप में देने के लिए आरोहा रिपोर्ट का विमोचन भी किया जा रहा है, जिसमें देश भर की सफल खदानें बंदी की कहानियां लिखती है। ऐसे एक एक माइन क्लोजर हम देखे हैं कि एक महत्वपूर्ण पार्क के रूप में अभी कुछ महिलाएं मिली थी जो जीविका दीदी के लोग हैं, महिला समूह समिति के लोग हैं, कि उससे 12 परिवार यानी वही जोड़ के भी बताई कि 96 लोग इससे जीविकापार्जन हो रहा है, 96 लोग इससे जीवित हैं, उनका आय का स्रोत है। अगर बड़े मंत्री जी से उन्होंने आग्रह भी किया है कि अगर इस पर विचार करके कुछ और ऐसा यहां सेटअप बैठा दिया जाए तो लगभग 350 महिलाएं उससे रोजगार से युक्त हो जाएंगी। तो इस पे भी हम लोग को फोकस करना चाहिए कि अधिक से अधिक लोगों को हम आत्मनिर्भर कैसे बना सकते हैं, कैसे उनको रोजगार मुहैया करा सकते हैं। और आज हमारे बीच में एक मेहमान भी आए हैं जिनके माध्यम से आज हम लोग एक नए ढंग से उनके साथ जुड़ के काम करने का अवसर मिलेगा। जर्मनी की संस्था है JIZ, एक समझौता दोनों लोगों के बीच में एक उत्साह का माहौल बनाता है। समझौता होता क्या है? दोनों के बीच में एक दूसरे के प्रति सहानुभूति पूर्वक आदान प्रदान और दोनों देश की आवश्यकताएं के हिसाब से आवश्यक वस्तु का उपयोग करना, आदान प्रदान करना है। जहां हमारे पास जो टेक्निक नहीं है हम उनसे लेंगे और उनके पास जो टेक्निक नहीं है हम उनको देंगे। हम आग्रह करेंगे कि आज सभी लोग यहां बैठे हैं, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट है, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सोच है कि आजादी का जब हम 100वां वर्ष मनाएं तो आत्मनिर्भर भारत हो, नया भारत हो, मजबूत भारत हो। और साथ साथ इसी धरती से तो हम ब्रह्मोस की तैयारी करते हैं, इसी धरती से तो हम अंतरिक्ष पर काबू पाते हैं, इसी धरती से वस्तु निकाल के आवश्यकता है कि हर वस्तु को निकाल के सुई से लेके जहाज तक हम तैयार करते हैं। भारत मां ने हमें सब कुछ दिया है, केवल उपभोग करना हमारी एक सिद्धांत नहीं बने, हम उसको प्राकृतिक के हिसाब से जिस ढंग से मुझे दिया है उसी ढंग से मुझे सजाने की भी जिम्मेवारी जवाबदेही बनती है कि आने वाला पीढ़ी, जैसे आज हम इस मंच से कह रहे हैं कि पूर्व की सरकार केवल जमीन को दोहन करके अपनी आवश्यकताएं को पूर्ति करती थी, जमीन को प्राकृतिक के साथ भेदभाव करती थी, उस माइन क्लोजर को केवल फाइल में समेट के रख देती थी। लेकिन आदरणीय मोदी जी के दिशा निर्देश में, बड़े मंत्री जी किशन रेड्डी जी के दिशा निर्देश में आज जो पूरे हमारे कोल माइंस के जितने कर्मचारी और पदाधिकारी हैं एक जवाबदेही के साथ जो काम कर रहे हैं, अगर पूर्व की सरकारें की होती तो आज हम कुछ और आगे बढ़ के सोचे होते। लेकिन जब से शुरू कीजिए उसी समय से सवेरा मान लीजिए, आज से ही हमको शुरू करना है, पहले से ही हम शुरू करके जब से सरकार बनी है हम काम कर रहे हैं। निश्चित रूप से सफलता हमारी बहुत नजदीक है और बेहतर बना के हम आने वाले पीढ़ी को देंगे, इसमें कहीं शंका और संदेह नहीं रहेगा। जब तक धरती रहेगा, जब तक मनुष्य रहेगा तब तक आवश्यकताएं का हर चीज इसी धरती मां के अंदर से उठाना है, लेना है। इस बात को हम सब लोगों को याद रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम केवल हम ही नहीं हैं, हमारे आने वाला पीढ़ी भी हमारे पीछे खड़ा है। इसी शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी आपके प्रेरणादायक संदेश के लिए। और माननीय मंत्री जी ने जर्मनी के साथ एक समझौता ज्ञापन के आदान प्रदान की बात की। सो नाउ वी आर गोइंग टू बी विटनेसिंग द एक्सचेंज ऑफ MOU between the Ministry of Coal and GIZ, and I invite here on the stage Dr. Gopal Singh, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Coal, inviting Mr. Achyut Ghatak, the Director Technical Coal India Limited. May I also request Ms. Ulrike Ebeling, the Country Director GIZ India, and Mr. Abhinav Jain, the Principal Advisor GIZ India, to kindly join us for the exchange of this MOU. This is the MOU, ladies and gentlemen, on the implementation. This is a implementation agreement for the grant-based technical cooperation project on to-be-closed coal mines. To-be-closed coal mines, which are under the Indo-German Green and Sustainable Development Partnerships, supported through the grant assistance of euro 10 million. Thank you. And may I now request His Excellency Dr. Philip Ackermann, the Ambassador of Germany to India and Bhutan, for his address.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start by saying good evening, everybody. Honorable Minister for Coals and Mines, Shri Krishan Reddy, our friend, Minister of State for Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, and of course, the Honorable Minister of State for Coal and Mines, Dr. Satish Chandra Dubey, Secretary Coal. Thank you very much for being here. Let me start by saying that was a project which took a lot of effort and a lot of work for the three partners: Germany, the European Union, and the Indian government. It took us a long time, and I think after a long time, we have a very, very good project now. I would like to extend my thanks to the Ministry of Coal, who has been extremely supportive and constructive, and in this context also especially to the Coal Controller, who has been very, very instrumental to make this project happen. Let me start by saying one of my most impressive trips in India was to Jharkhand. I went to Ranchi and saw a coal mine in Ranchi. And I had first two things were very impressive. First of all, my hosts from the government and the coal mines showed me in an impressive way what a coal mine is, more than only coal producing. It's a whole ecosystem of transportation, of dhabas, of people living from this coal mine. So it's an economic factor in this state and in other states that is really very comprehensive. And the second impressive moment in Jharkhand was that there is a civil society, the government, center and state, that really discuss how closure and the repurposing of these mines can happening. Although it's still long time to go, but there is a process that it has started in India that looks into the matter and the way in which we will close and repurpose these coal mines. And I think this shows how far this partnership between the EU, Germany, and India is looking, where we can say how will we shape and control a repurposing and closure of mines. In my country, we have had this, or we are in the midst of this transformation. We have open pit lignite mines, where now we have created lakes. We have new architecture. We have agriculture. We have also cultural centers set up in these old coal mines. It is for sure that coal mines are very, very specific to their environments. Germany's ideas cannot serve as a blueprint for India, but maybe we can give some inspiration and maybe we can add some thoughts to this. So I'm incredibly proud that together with India and with a comprehensive approach that includes the local communities, we will be able to discuss and develop ways and means how to close and how to repurpose such a mine. And I'm very, very proud of this this project. I will tell you in all honesty, Minister, this is, I'm about to leave India after 4 years, and I'm very happy that this project will be actually signed on one of the last days here in India. It gives me great pleasure to be here with such an august gathering. Thank you very much for making this possible. It's like a little present for me before I leave. So thanks again. Thank you for doing this for Germany, EU, and India. I think it's a fantastic trilateral cooperation. Thank you very much for having us tonight.
Thank you, Honorable Ambassador, for sharing with us your experiences in Jharkhand and further how Germany is managing mine closure and repurposing, and they can be inspirations for India. Thank you very much. And may I now request and invite Dr. Eva Suwara, the Deputy Head of EU Delegation to India, to kindly deliver her special address.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Dignitaries, honorable ministers, thank you for inviting the European Union to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be aware, but let me, before I start my speech, let me just underline one thing. Out of 10 million euro for this project, half, 50%, has been given by the European Union. I hope everybody in this room will take this information along. I think it requires, if I can ask you once again, because I'm speaking on behalf of 27 member states of the European Union who came together, put together the money, can I ask you to put your hands together back and clap strongly, because this is for India. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate this recognition coming from the public present today in the room. Now, I know that we are short on time, so with your permission, I will speak shortly few words on behalf of the European Union. It is a privilege to join you today as we mark an important milestone in EU-India economic cooperation. The partnership between the European Union and India is founded on shared democratic values, mutual respect, and a common commitment to sustainable development. It's heartening to see the relation continue to deepen, including through our border cooperation on economic development. Coal continues to play a significant role in India's energy security and economic development. At the same time, the government of India's commitment to the sustainable closure of abandoned mines reflects a forward-looking and responsible approach. This is not only an environmental imperative, but also a social and economic undertaking that calls for careful planning, inclusive policies, and close cooperation among all stakeholders. Europe has gained important experience through its own transition processes. Now, Ambassador Ackerman mentioned about his private experience. Let me just say a few words on my private experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from Poland. Poland is an important country where the coal mines have been always a part of social, political life. Now, I come to be even more specific. I actually come from a region of Upper Silesia, which is, and I can see many faces going, yes, we know that. Exactly. That's the region where the coal mines have been always a part of every single family there. Now, in Poland, and in particular in Silesia, the gradual shift away from coal has demonstrated, and actually it continues to demonstrate, that successful mine closure must be always accompanied by meaningful support for workers, families, and local communities. This requires long-term planning, active engagement with stakeholders, investment in skills and reskilling, land restoration, and a firm commitment to ensuring that the transition is fair and inclusive. These are the principles that underpin a truly just and sustainable transition. In this context, today's implementation agreement between the Ministry of Coal and GIZ, supported by the European Union and Germany, represents a significant and practical step forward. It gives concrete expression to our shared ambition and lays the foundation for tangible cooperation. Through technical assistance, capacity building, and pilot implementation, this initiative, ladies and gentlemen, will help support coal regions in India as they prepare for a more sustainable future. This initiative also illustrates the value of international partnership, drawing on shared experience, adapting global knowledge to local realities, and working together to achieve durable and meaningful results. Concluding, the European Union, ladies and gentlemen, is very proud to stand alongside India in this important endeavor. Together, we can help ensure that mine closure is not simply seen as an end, but as a beginning of renewed opportunity for communities, workers, and future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your very progressive address, highlighting the collaboration with India, and then further highlighting the shared purpose and shared vision of sustainable and responsible mine closure and repurposing. The Honorable Ambassador Germany has to leave, but we'll close here. We'll have a group photograph. May I request Dr. Eva also to be please joining us for this photograph. Yes.
That's a little bit of gender imbalance.
And this photograph, ladies and gentlemen, further speaks of our shared vision and our shared purpose of working towards sustainable and responsible mine closure and repurposing. Thank you very much to Germany and to EU delegation. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we heard and as we saw, that the transformation of a mine does not just end with the last ton of extraction of coal, but in fact it begins with a new vision for the land, the environment, the communities that depend upon it. And India has been working in this direction, the Ministry of Coal under the leadership of our Honorable Minister, sir. So we present you now a short documentary film on AAROH, and then we'll have the release of the AAROH. This film highlights India's progress in scientific mine closure and sustainable mine repurposing. If you can have play the film, please.
The day when extraction comes to an end. What happens next? Does the story end with the last ton of coal? Or does a new story begin? This is the story of mine closure in India. Mine closure is much more than sealing an excavation or planting trees. It is a scientific process of restoring land and protecting the environment. Over the past decade, India's mine closure ecosystem has evolved into one of the world's most comprehensive scientific frameworks. In the last 2 years alone, out of 147 coal mines identified for closure, 42 mines have already been closed, the first of its kind since independence. The remaining 105 mines are targeted for scientific closure by 2027 to 28, with nearly 70% of the physical closure work already completed. But true transformation is measured not only by restored land, it is measured by transformed lives. The Mine Closure Guidelines 2025 marked a major step by placing communities at the center of mine closure planning. For the first time, 25% of the approved mine closure cost has been dedicated for community development, with nearly 10,000 crore rupees earmarked for community development initiatives by coal mines in the next 10 to 12 years. Scientific mine closure requires more than engineering. It requires collaboration. The Coal Controller Organization, together with government agencies, industry, academia, experts, NGOs, and local communities, has developed 3 key frameworks. Reclaim Framework promotes structured stakeholder engagement and has already reached out to nearly 1.8 lakh people across 52 mines for identifying suitable community development projects as part of the mine closure. Lives provides a framework for sustainable land repurposing, while Arthur Framework supports innovative financing for post-mining transformation. To support informed decision-making, the Coal Controller Organization has developed SUVICLP, a mine repurposing tool that identifies the most suitable post-mining land use based on technical feasibility and community preferences. The impact of these initiatives is already visible on the ground. Across India, reclaimed mine lands are being transformed into eco-parks, water reservoirs, renewable energy projects, agricultural land, tourism destinations, industrial infrastructure and community assets. 222-hectare overburden dump of Tata Steel's West Bokaro mine has been reclaimed and transformed into an eco-park, attracting over 2 lakh visitors every year. SECL's Viveknagar solar project has repurposed reclaimed mine land into a 5-megawatt solar power plant for clean energy generation. Bishrampur opencast mine has been transformed into a pisciculture and a water tourism hub, attracting hundreds of tourists daily. NLC India Limited has pioneered bioreclamation, restoring mined-out areas into green ecosystems and water bodies, bringing back over 107 bird species that have once left the habitat due to mining. Every restored mine has a story. Every transformed landscape has a lesson. AAROH, the annual report on mine closure, brings these stories together by documenting through before and after photographs, case studies, and QR-enabled videos from 42 scientifically closed mines. These are not isolated success stories. These are scalable models and a vision that aim to position India among the world's leading examples of sustainable post-mining transformation. India's mine closure initiative, from extraction to restoration, from closure to a sustainable future.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the release of the report. May I also request Shri Sajesh Kumar N, the Coal Controller, to please join us as we release AAROH The Rising, the annual report on mine closure. And may I request our honorable ministers and the dignitaries on the dais to please do the honors of releasing the report, AAROH, the annual report on mine closure. And as you heard in the video, ladies and gentlemen, this report showcases India's journey in mine closure through before and after photographs, case studies, QR-enabled videos from 42 scientifically closed mines. It is more than just a report. AAROH serves as a knowledge repository of best practices, innovations, and success stories to guide and inspire future mine closures and sustainable land repurpose initiatives across the country. Thank you to the honorable ministers, and ladies and gentlemen, we are also delighted to welcome the district collectors. If you can show on the screen, they've joined us from the districts of 42 closed coal mines. They've joined us virtually. If you can connect with them and show them on the screen. And in fact, their active participation reflects the crucial role of district administrations in advancing scientific mine closure and sustainable post-mining development. I believe we have not been able to connect with them, but the district collectors, we really appreciate their outstanding work towards it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inviting our Honorable Minister of State for Science and Technology, Earth Sciences, Minister of State from the Prime Minister's Office, Atomic Energy, Department of Personnel and Training, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, to kindly address the congregation.
Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines, and our very senior colleague, Shri G. Kishan Reddy ji. He's a tall leader. I can't be taller than him, but I can pretend to be. So thanks for this footstand. Rajya Mantri Shri Satish Chandra Dubey ji, Secretary Shri Vikram Dutt ji, senior officers of the Ministry of Coal and Mines, stakeholders from the private sector, representatives of the industry. At the outset, I have to profusely thank Shri Kishan Reddy ji for having invited me and making me a part of this program, because honestly speaking, I didn't know what is it all about. So it's been a great learning experience for me. But as a compulsive learner and researcher I am, what I discovered over here is that very soon we'll have to change this phrase of mine closing. You have closed a coal mine and opened up another mine of wealth. So simultaneously you have addressed so many of the priorities being followed by this government. It is waste to wealth, it is circulatory economy, it is scientifically driven reprocessing, it is environmental concern. And I think what we need to ask ourselves is that the mines had existed there for several decades, and the ministry was also there. But why this thought never happened before? Why did we have to wait till the year 2025? Because all this information I was gathering just now when I was talking to Vikramji during the course of this. So that is the difference that happens from the level of the policy makers and the political dispensation. And that was possible because Prime Minister Modi is always innovatively thinking. Usually the political dispensations find it comfortable to live in status quo. Particularly we, because we have to go back after 5 years. For you, it is safe. So the element of risk-taking is not there. But we have a Prime Minister who has the capacity to take out-of-box decisions. And I was learning from Vikramji what is in the other countries, and he was telling me that they have already gone ahead. The other purpose also which will be served by this, which I was thinking, is that we have set for ourselves the target of net zero by 2070. And we are gradually moving towards that. We already have Solar Alliance for renewable. Very recently, in the last session, we have brought in the Shanti Act. We have opened up our nuclear sector, private players, realizing that everything can't be left to government resources. So this will also be addressing that issue. Because if India has to move along with the rest of the world, then we'll have to follow the global strategies. We can't be global players by following our own strategies and living in isolation. So gradually and inevitably, we'll have to move away from this conventional sources. But what is important is, as was also being hinted in the video film that we saw, that while the measure of your development and the measure of your work style is how efficiently you use your resource, equally so is how responsibly you preserve your resource and don't let it go waste. In fact, we are doing that even in nuclear energy. We have now concepts of spent fuel being reused. Even in space, we are now soon going to have relaunchable vehicles. And there also, I think over here, we have followed the same concept. And the 42 mines that have been scientifically closed and then redone in a different way. It was very interesting going through these stalls. Of course, the other purpose being served is, I was asking with self-help groups, they said, no, it's most of the private
companies and the concerns and but I think gradually you could extend it even to the self-help groups, the self-help women groups, and so on and so forth. So there could be an alternative means of livelihood as well. Because now, as the tendency is to emphasize upon the common citizenry to come out of the Sarkari Naukri mindset. So this could be an alternative means of that also. So you should understand, I think that is the esteem with which you should view it, those who are engaged in it, because I have my exposure and acquaintance to this exercise has only been about 40 minutes old after I stepped into this room. Very kind of Honorable Minister that he was keen that learning that I have some scientific interest. But I think we should, all those who are involved should have this esteem that you are serving more than one purpose, and that too of global nature. And I think this community participation and making everybody a part of this is an equally important. And then our German friend has just now left, Philip. He's been here for the last 4 years. He also speaks partly Hindi. So I'm sure even after he leaves India, he'll be missing India. But nevertheless, this MoU is also indicative of collaboration. So as we are talking of extensive collaborations, so this is one of the models where you have public-private participation. And in fact, you could ask the counterparts there, because I've been professing what is called PPP plus PPP. So public-private here, public-private in Germany. So they could come forward with their government agencies and also with their private companies. So in a way, you have created a model which could be emulated even in other sectors, not in the mining sector alone. So I hope, and I'm sure, the ministry will find some means of giving it a wider publicity, not for the reasons of publicity per se, so that others can also pick up a cue. And the best way to do that is, though I don't want to sound impolite, is not this booklet, because I'm sure nobody is going to read this. Not even those who have released it. Because, as I said, we have a scientific temper, so we see things more realistically than they appear. So best way to approach the stakeholders or the takers is in the language that they understand and through the means that they access. So if we could produce this video was good. So if we could use small, on each of these 42, if we have small video of each of the mines, and the collector, since you have already involved, will be very happy because it gives him also some kind of credit to run it in his district. And then we can also run across so that others can also pick up. So you have created a role model. I think we should benefit, all of us, not only within the government, also outside the government. And gradually, because we are also now using this steel slag, maybe after a while, when you give it to the private concerns more and more, they'll start charging you for this closure as well. Because we had that experience. When we started taking this steel slag, jo kachra bach jata hai steel ka, and we started using it in roads. We've already been doing it for the last 2 years. We've done it in Arunachal, some of the difficult terrain. At the outset, they said, "Sahab, utha lijiye, yahan to gand pada, itna humne karna kya hai?" Then gradually, now 2 years down the line, they have started charging us. When they realized that we were actually using it to construct the roads. And they're all leading steel industry houses are there now on board. Similarly, in Dehradun, we started up, I in fact started about 6 years back, of picking up cooked oil from the kitchens and reusing it for fuel. So I said two purposes will be served. One, that there's a tendency to reuse the cooked oil, which is not very compatible with health. Secondly, it will be also a kind of waste to wealth exercise. So our people there started collecting from the municipal councils. As I said, in the government sector, the mindset is to go with these things. So when I went there, I said, no, we'll start collecting from the housewives. For the simple reason that 2 days, and we'll pay her. So this was about 5 years ago. So we started paying each housewife ₹20 for each 1 kg of used oil, cooked oil. सो आई सेड इसीलिए उसको देना ही देना है, बिकॉज आज 3 दिन के बाद 4 दिन के बाद अकर टू हर माइंड कि ये कौन मूर्ख है जो मैंने तेल नाली में फेंकना था उसके लिए 20 रुपए दे के गया. एंड दैट विल क्रिएट अवेयरनेस इन दिस सोसाइटी. Believe you me, today she is asking us 80 rupees per kg. So what I mean is the steel and so realization of the cost of wealth is also one purpose, is a means of awareness which happens to this. So while congratulating you, I hope this is given a wider circulation so that all of us pick up some valuable cues from it. Thank you very much, and Kishan ji, बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir, for sharing your vision on harnessing science and innovation for responsible post-mining development, and then creating these models which can be further replicated across sectors. Thank you for your very constructive recommendations and suggestions. And ladies and gentlemen, as was announced today, we are going to be inaugurating 4 coal NEER plants which have been established by Coal India Limited. These state-of-the-art facilities convert mine water into safe drinking water, ensuring productive utilization of mine water resources while providing a reliable source of clean drinking water to nearby communities. ये पहल देवी सज्जनों उपचारित खदान जल को उपयोगी संसाधन में परिवर्तित कर जल संरक्षण, पर्यावरणीय स्थिरता और स्थानीय समुदायों के हितों की सशक्त बनाने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है. कोल नीर पहल की सबसे उल्लेखनीय विशेषताओं में से एक है स्थानीय स्वयं सहायता समूहों, विशेषकर महिला स्वयं सहायता समूहों की सक्रिय भागीदारी. ये पहल न केवल समुदाय के विकास की प्रक्रिया का सहभागी बनाती है, बल्कि स्थायी रोजगार के अवसर सृजित कर आत्मनिर्भरता और समावेशी विकास को भी नई दिशा प्रदान करती है. This initiative aligns with the Government of India's Jal Jeevan mission and is implemented through the Coal Ignite public sector undertakings. As we inaugurate it, I would like to also invite Shri B. Sairam, the Chairman, Coal India Limited, to please join us here on the stage. And I would now like to request our honorable ministers to kindly do the honors of inaugurating these 4 coal NEER plants. NEER जिसका मतलब पानी है, और इन 4 प्लांट्स का यहाँ पर उद्घाटन.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व और जल जीवन मिशन के उद्देश्यों को आगे बढ़ाते हुए देश की ऊर्जा का आधार हमारी कोयला खदानें, लेकिन इन खदानों की गहराइयों में केवल ऊर्जा ही नहीं बल्कि जीवन की एक नई धारा भी छिपी है. एक ऐसी धारा जो आज हजारों लोगों तक स्वच्छ पेयजल पहुंचा रही है. माननीय केंद्रीय कोयला एवं खान मंत्री श्री जी किशन रेड्डी के मार्गदर्शन, माननीय राज्य मंत्री श्री सतीश चंद्र दुबे के सतत प्रोत्साहन तथा कोयला सचिव श्री विक्रम देव दत्त की देखरेख में CIL ने खदानों से निकलने वाले जल को सुरक्षित पेयजल में परिवर्तित करने की अभिनव पहल कोल नीर की शुरुआत की है. ये केवल जल शोधन नहीं, ये संसाधनों के सतत उपयोग, पर्यावरण संरक्षण और जन कल्याण की एक नई सोच है. झारखंड में CCL के बछरा कोल नीर प्लांट में रे अंडरग्राउंड खदान से प्राप्त जल को अत्याधुनिक रिवर्स ऑस्मोसिस और UV डिसइंफेक्शन तकनीकों से शुद्ध किया जाता है.
CCL को मैं तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि हमारे पिपरवार क्षेत्र में यहाँ प्लांट खुला है, जिससे हर एक महिलाओं को कुछ नया सीखने का मौका मिलेगा.
झारखंड के धनबाद में BCCL का PB एरिया कोल नीर प्लांट इस पहल को नई गति दे रहा है. ये सेमी ऑटोमेटिक संयंत्र प्रति मिनट लगभग 40 बोतलों का भराव करता है.
प्लांट जो खुला, ये प्लांट से हम बहुत खुश हैं. समूह से जो दीदियों जुड़ी है उसको लिए रोजगार मिलेगा.
और इसके घर परिवार में भी सुधार आएगा। इससे हम लोग को
ओडिशा के तालचेर क्षेत्र में MCL का हंदीधुआ कोल नीर प्लांट अत्याधुनिक कैपेसिटिव डीएनाइजेशन तकनीक से प्रति घंटे 10,000 लीटर जल शुद्ध करता है। इससे लगभग 9,000 लोगों को स्वच्छ पेयजल उपलब्ध हो रहा है। आज 20 लीटर के जल कैन दूर दराज के गांवों तक पहुंच रहे हैं। इन संयंत्रों का संचालन महिला स्वयं सहायता समूह कर रहे हैं, जिससे रोजगार बढ़ रहा है। महिलाएं आत्मनिर्भर बन रही हैं और स्थानीय अर्थव्यवस्था को नई शक्ति मिल रही है। मध्य प्रदेश में ACCL का पाली कोल नीर आरोह प्लांट बिरसिंहपुर खदान से प्राप्त जल को सुरक्षित पेयजल में परिवर्तित कर रहा है। ये पहल दिखाती है कि वैज्ञानिक सोच और सामाजिक उत्तरदायित्व मिलकर कैसे जीवन बदल सकते हैं। कोल नीर केवल स्वच्छ पेयजल नहीं, यह पर्यावरण संरक्षण, संसाधनों के विवेकपूर्ण उपयोग और सामुदायिक विकास के प्रति कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड की अटूट प्रतिबद्धता का प्रतीक है।
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have two tripartite MoUs which are going to be signed in the august presence of our honorable ministers and dignitaries. For the first MoU from Bharat Coking Coal Limited, I invite Shri Manoj Kumar Agarwal, the Chairman and Managing Director. Also inviting Shri Sanjay Kumar Singh, DTOP, Shri Rajiv Kumar Sinha, DTPP, and inviting now from Jharia Rehabilitation and Development Authority, Shri Kumar Manoj, the Director Skill Development. From Hindalco Industries Limited, inviting Mr. Sunil Bajaj, the Group Executive President and Group Head Corporate Affairs and Development, and inviting also Shri Kailash Pandeji, the Business Head, to please be joining us for this tripartite MoU. This partnership represents a shared vision where government institutions and industry come together to create opportunities, strengthen communities, and build sustainable future for the people of Jharia. MoU envisages the establishment of a vocational training center for textile and garment-related skill development, a plug-and-play industrial facility that will pave the way for a modern garment fabrication and manufacturing ecosystem at Bulgaria, and a project that aims to generate livelihood opportunities for nearly 1,200 beneficiaries in 2 phases, with preference to families rehabilitated under the Jharia Master Plan. तो आपसी सहयोग और सहभागिता का प्रतीक ये MoU, और मैं निवेदन करती हूँ श्री सुनील बजाज जी से, ग्रुप एग्जीक्यूटिव प्रेसिडेंट और ग्रुप हेड कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स एंड डेवलपमेंट हिंडाल्को, to kindly address the gathering. May I request him for his special address.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Today's subject is so interesting where one can speak at length, but I'll be very precise and brief in my address. Honorable Minister of Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy ji, Honorable Minister of State for Independent Charge for Science, Technology and Earth Sciences, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Coal and Mines, Sri Satish Chandra Dubey ji, Honorable Coal Secretary, Sri Vikram Dev Dutt ji, Additional Secretary Coal and Nominated Authority, Rupinder Brar ji, and Sajeev Kumar, Coal Controller ji. Present distinguished dignitaries from ministries, PSUs, my colleagues and friends. The core ethos of Aditya Birla Group is defined in its purpose statement, which is as follows: to enrich lives by building dynamic and responsible businesses and institutions that inspire trust. This is our core purpose statement of the group, and our all activity revolve around this. The group has always believed that the business is not just about profit, but about trust, ethics, corporate governance, and nation building, guided by nation's first philosophy. We continue to invest in India's future within a planned investment of $30 billion in coming years, and supporting the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. With a more than a century-long legacy, Aditya Birla Group was the first Indian business house to expand overseas, and today we can proudly say that we are operating from 41 nations across 6 continents with a turnover of $70 billion and a market cap of $120 billion. Group is a global leader in many products, and the group is supported by 227,000 full-time employees from 100 nationalities. Beyond businesses, it continues to create social impact through BITS Pilani, 54 Aditya Birla public schools, and 21 Birla Mandirs, in addition to various CSR programs in area of health, women empowerment, skill development, and cultural preservation. Our nation has honored 4 members of Birla family with Padma Award, including our chairman, Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla, who received the Padma Award in 2023. Coming to today's occasion, the Jharia Rehabilitation Project under Jharia Master Plan is far more than a rehabilitation initiative. It is a socio-economic mission to ensure dignified and sustainable livelihood of thousands of families affected by the century-old underground fire. We are inspired and aligned with the Prime Minister's vision for the comprehensive rehabilitation of Jharia, and sincerely thank Honorable Minister Sri G. Kishan Reddy ji, whose persistent guidance has transformed this idea into a concrete execution plan. Honorable Minister has asked us to ensure that the product from Belgaria unit near Dhanbad meets the global standard. I assure you, Honorable Minister, that we are prepared and moving towards achieving your objective. I am confident that this project will improve the life of thousands of families, support the permanent resolution of the Jharia fire challenge, and stand as another example of government and industry working together for the nation building. In the last, I want to thank BCCL CMD Sri Manoj Kumar ji, DM Dhanbad Sri Aditya Ranjan ji, and many officials of BCCL and JRDA, with whose help we have been able to reach to this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And the next MOU is between Bharat Coking Coal Limited, Jharia Rehabilitation Development Authority, and Rajdhani Universal Fabrics Private Limited. May I once again invite here on the stage from Bharat Coking Coal Limited, Shri Manoj Kumar Agarwal ji, Shri Sanjay Kumar Singh, and Shri Rajiv Sinha ji. And from Jharia, inviting Shri Kumar Manoj ji. From Rajdhani Universal Fabrics Private Limited, inviting Shri Parvesh Kotecha, the Executive Director, and Mr. Pavan Kotecha, the Chairman. The proposed project, ladies and gentlemen, between the three, it envisions establishment of a technical textile high-performance manufacturing unit at Bulgaria with a plug-and-play model, creation of employment for at least 1,200 people in 2 phases with preference to beneficiaries rehabilitated under the Jharia Master Plant, and a long-term sustainable industrial partnership with a project duration of 30 years. Once again, congratulations to them. तो एक बार पुनः ये MOU का जो आदान प्रदान यहाँ हुआ, वे हमारे आपसी सहयोग सहभागिता का प्रतीक। और अब देवी सज्जनों, हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय कोयला एवं खान मंत्री, जिनके दूरदृष्टि में, जिनके दिशा निर्देश में खनिज क्षेत्र में सतत विकास की दिशा में जो आगे बढ़ रहा है, इसके साथ साथ माइंस के जीवन के साथ और माइंस के जीवन के बाद भी उनके संरक्षण की तरफ, आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ, कम्युनिटीज़ के सशक्तिकरण की तरफ जो प्रयत्नशील हैं, मैं अपने माननीय मंत्री जी से निवेदन करती हूं कि आप अपने विचारों से हमें लाभान्वित करें और सभा को संबोधित करें, हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister, Shri G. Kishan Reddy ji.
केंद्र सरकार में मेरे साथी मंत्री भाई जितेंद्र सिंह जी और मेरे साथी कोयला मंत्री श्री सतीश चंद्र दुबे जी और सेक्रेटरी भारत सरकार के कोल मिनिस्ट्री के विक्रम देव दत्त जी, कोल इंडिया का चेयरमैन साईराम जी, officers from all the coal ministry, mines ministry, and Coal India, all the district collectors, those who are virtually joined for this event, media friends, and all the other dignitaries, and especially Aditya Birla and the Rajdhani group of companies, officers. Friends, it gives me immense pleasure to join in this one of the historical moment for coal ministry. Today marks an important milestone in India's journey towards responsible, scientific, and sustainable mine closure. I am delighted that today we are launched three important initiatives that reflect Narendra Modi ji government vision for the future of mine closure activity. This vision reflects on three simple pillars but powerful pillars: accountability, innovation, and collaboration. The annual report of mine closure strengthens accountability by promoting transparency and documentation. The Coal NEER initiative represents innovation in action. It demonstrates how scientific thinking can transform mine water into a valuable resource for the local community. Coal water NEER is a true reflection of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's vision of waste to wealth and the mission of Har Ghar Jal. The implementation agreement between the Ministry of Coal and GIZ reflects our belief in the power of collaboration, bringing together global expertise, technical cooperation, and international best practices. I congratulate all the stakeholders for moving steadily on three pillars and undertaking mine closure in a professional and a structured manner. Scientific mine closure is a national priority and an important pillar of our journey towards Vikasit Bharat 2047. Friends, under leadership of the Narendra Modi ji, we have changed the very philosophy of the mine closure. Now it has become a national priority and a ministry priority. We no longer see it as the end of mining. We see it as the beginning of new opportunities. The vision is already translating into a measurable outcomes. We have set an ambitious target of scientifically closing 147 demined coal mines over the next 2 to 3 years. I proudly say that the first time since independence, India has already scientifically closed 43 coal mines, with 33 mines closed in the latest year alone. For this mine closure, progressive mine closure, we have committed fund for then $5 billion, approximately 40,000 crores from the ministry for this mine closure activity. At the same time, we build an entirely new ecosystem for scientific mine closure. We have moved beyond engineering solutions to create an integrated ecosystem for mine closure activity. We have also strengthened governance through district collector-led mine closure advisory committees, making local communities, local elected representatives active partners in shaping the future of mining regions. I sincerely appreciate the dedication and the commitment of all the district magistrates led mine closure advisory committees in driving these important initiatives and working towards achieving our mine closure targets. Scientific mine closure is possibly only through a whole of government approach. We are bringing together policy, technology, environment protection, and community participation. We are building a strong and integrated ecosystem for post-mining transformation. We have also strengthened the policy framework. We have introduced the Mine Closure Guidelines 2025 that place people and sustainability at the heart of the mine closure activity. For the first time, 25% of the approved mine closure cost has been earmarked for local community development. This alone will be create an investment potential of nearly 10,000 crore over the next decade for livelihood, health, care, education, skill development, and local infrastructure. Across mining region, reclaimed mine lands are being repurposed for renewable energy, ecotourism, water conservation, agriculture, community infrastructure, and new employment opportunities. The inspiring examples showcased in the film about mine closure earlier reflect this transformation. West Bokaro in Jharkhand state has transformed a reclaimed mine dump into a thriving ecosystem destination. Bishrampur in Chhattisgarh state has converted a closed mine into a fisheries and employment generation hub for the local communities. Vivek Nagar in Madhya Pradesh solar project shows how reclaimed mine land can generate clean and renewable energy. These success stories show how scientific mine closure can simultaneously restore ecosystems, create employment, and generate new economic opportunities. These achievements are rooted in India's own experience and are addressing our own challenges, but we also believe in learning from the best practices across the world. Australia has shown how decoal mines can become wetlands supporting rich biodiversity. Canada has shown the importance of progressive mine closure. Europe has converted historic mines into the tourism and heritage destination. Germany, in particular, has shown how scientific mine closure can create new opportunities for people and region, be it creating Europe's largest man-made lake from 70 open-cast mines, turning one of the world's largest coal mine into a UNESCO World Heritage Site and a hub for the culture, innovation, and tourism. Germany has also shown how a just transition can support workers and communities through recycling, social protection, and reskilling, now economic opportunities. I am happy that this partnership with the GIZ will bridge Germany's experience with India's ambition. It will combine Germany experience with India's scale of policy leadership, scientific institutions, and implementation capacity. Friends, around the world, experience has shown that a successfully mine closure begins a long before the last ton of coal is extracted. It requires workforce to acquire new skills, young people to access new opportunities, businesses to diversify, and communities to build new source of income. That is the true meaning of a just transition. Under leadership of the Prime Minister, India is already laying this foundation through district mineral foundation, supporting healthcare, education, drinking water, infrastructure, restoration of environment, and employment generation across the districts. Our next step is even more ambitious. We want to create sustainable economic opportunities that continue long after mining has stopped. We are building an Indian model of mine closure, a model that combines environment protection with the economic opportunity, technology with community participation, and global best practices with India's innovation. But the journey cannot be completed by the government alone. It requires collective efforts of central and state governments, all the industry leaders, academia, civil society, local elected representatives, local communities, and our international partners. With this, I once again congratulate the Ministry of Coal, Coal India Limited, our public sector undertakings, state governments, and Germany organizations, industry partners, and every stakeholder who has contributed to this important journey. Together, we will transform every closed mine into a source of hope, opportunity, and prosperity for future generations. मैं इस शब्द के साथ मैं सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं. माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी ए नीड ऑफ द आवर. जो जिस जगह से गांव जाते हैं, जिस जगह से किसान खेती छोड़कर चले जाते हैं, जिस जगह दादा परदादा से लैंड रहते हैं उनका, वो लैंड अपने को दे के चले जाते हैं, मगर हमको उनको खाली डिकोल माइंस छोड़ना नहीं. माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी कंप्लीट करके उनके फ्यूचर के लिए, आने वाले जनरेशन्स के लिए हम ये काम करना जरूरी है. मैं इस मंच से सभी कमर्शियल माइंस को, वो माइनिंग सेक्टर हो, कोल सेक्टर हो, सभी लोगों से अनुरोध करता हूं, आपका एजेंडा मिनरल निकालना, लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट देना, लास्टली माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी कंप्लीट करना. ये 3 विषय पर काम करना होगा. वैसे ही जो जरिया का दृष्टिकोण से, ये मोर देन 120 ईयर से ये समस्या है. ब्रिटिश के जमाने से समस्या है. कोल जलता डे 24 आवर्स 360 डेज कोल जलते रहते हैं धरती पर. उसी आसपास लोग जिंदगी गुजारते हैं. वैसी जरिया के लिए भारत का प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एक एवरी मंथ रिव्यू करते हैं इस विषय पर. नरेंद्र मोदी जी आदेश है, किसी हालत में जो जिंदगी गुजारने वाले हैं, जो स्मोक के अंदर, जो आग के बीच में, पोल्यूशन के बीच में लोग जिंदगी गुजारते हैं, उनको नया जिंदगी देना चाहिए. नया लाइफ वी शुड अपॉर्चुनिटी देना चाहिए. इसके लिए जरिया मास्टर प्लान के नाते हम काम शुरू किया है. अभी तक 32,000 हाउसेस नया बनाया. उसी 32,000 हाउसेस के बीच में हम रोजगार का अपॉर्चुनिटी देना चाहिए. ये आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश है. हम भले नया क्वार्टर बनाएंगे, नया गांव बसाएंगे, मगर उसी गांव में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन भी उनको देना चाहिए. इसीलिए मैं कुछ कारपोरेट ऑफिसर्स से बातचीत किया हूं. मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं आदित्य बिरला भाई कुमार मंगलन जी को, हमारे राजधानी टेक्सटाइल को। ये दो लोग पहली बार इस काम में आगे आए हैं। मैं हृदय से उन लोगों को अभिनंदन देता हूं। वो चैलेंज किया है, हम इस साल के अंत में अच्छे प्रोडक्शन सेंटर बनाएंगे और सितंबर के आसपास एक स्किल सेंटर बनाएंगे। वही स्किल सेंटर दिसंबर तक स्किलिंग कम प्रोडक्शन बनेगा। लगभग जो भी लोग जो जरिया मास्टर प्लान के अंदर नया कॉलोनी में शिफ्ट हो जाएंगे, जो आग के जरिया के जो आग एरिया में से उठकर आ जाएंगे, वो लोगों को रोजगार देंगे। मैं इससे ही और आने वाले दिन में इससे 1-2 महीने के अंदर ऐसे ही नए लोग को जोड़ना चाहिए, नया अपॉर्चुनिटी देना चाहिए। जो विजन नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री, जो किसी हालत में लोगों को नया लाइफ, नया हेल्थ देना चाहिए, इसके लिए मैं 2 कंपनीज आगे आए। मैं फिर एक बार धन्यवाद देता हूं। हमारे BCCL, हमारा कोल इंडिया, हमारे मिनिस्ट्री के अधिकारी बहुत कमिटमेंट के साथ रेगुलरली मॉनिटरिंग करके काम कर रहे हैं। उनको भी एज ए मिनिस्टर मैं उनको भी धन्यवाद देता हूं। इस शब्द के साथ फिर एक बात, ऐसे ही हम आने वाले दिन में कम समय में एक नया उजाला जरिया मास्टर प्लान के अंदर उस गरीब लोगों को देंगे। वैसे ही जो माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी में भी जो लोग रोजगार मिलेंगे, जो लोगों को नया अपॉर्चुनिटीज देंगे। इस शब्द के साथ मैं फिर एक बार धन्यवाद देता हूं। जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your very forward-looking and motivating and inspiring address. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we close the event, thanking each one of you for your participation, thanking all our international partners for collaborating with the Ministry of Coal and extending your experiences and your work with us. Thank you to the captains and leaders of the industry. Thank you to all the stakeholders, and a special thanks to our honorable ministers and the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you to the Honorable Ambassador of Germany and the head EU delegation. And as the Honorable Minister said, we work towards more sustainable and responsible mining and more sustainable and responsible mine closure and repurposing. With that message, thank you once again, and we now invite you to please join us for dinner. So, ladies and gentlemen, as our Honorable Minister, he mentioned to us the approach which the Ministry of Coal is taking, collaborating with the various stakeholders, with the international partners in more sustainable mine closure, and it has a just transition and further a development of progress, a socio-economic progress, जहाँ पर प्रगति के साथ साथ प्रकृति भी है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पुनः हमारे तीनों माननीय मंत्रीगण का, और यहाँ पर उपस्थित आप सभी का भी विशेष धन्यवाद। आप सभी को अब भोजन के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं। बाहर डिनर की व्यवस्था की गई है। आप सभी से निवेदन है, प्लीज़ डिनर करके जाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।